Hi, good morning, everyone. Pleasant good morning to you, and welcome to the Old Spirit Bond. Of course, I offer my morning greetings to those of you who are here in the bond at the symposium, and to our online audience, a very pleasant morning to you. This is the third symposium as staged by the Center for Hybrid Studies. And today we are, well, for the next 3 days, the focus obviously is on African spirituality. And all this forms part of the Global Freedom Festival as hosted by the Center for Hybrid Studies. So I now have great pleasure in welcoming the director, Dr. Derek Murray, who will give some brief remarks and, of course, take you into what is happening for the next 3 days. And he will also have the opportunity of introducing the panel for our first presentation.
Thank you, Antoine, Master of Ceremonies. And we will not waste any time this morning. We have a very exciting 3 days on discussing African spirituality. And we have scholars and practitioners from the Caribbean, from this hemisphere, global Africa, from the African continent, and we are going to be discussing everything from the content of African spirituality, from the cosmology to ceremony, to rituals, and to the challenges that we have. We end off on Thursday looking at the contemporary challenges and the historical challenges that African spiritual traditions have to deal with. And if it's one thing that we have in common as African spiritual practitioners, is that these traditions have been oppressed globally and demonized globally. And we have a duty as scholars and practitioners to challenge that historical reality and to deal with any issues that we have today. The patron for the entire symposium is an Oluwo, a Babalawo, Chalavoya, a spiritual elder, and who has taken the tradition from America to Cuba and to the African continent, and very well respected. Currently living in Panama, an American with Caribbean roots and history, currently living in Panama. Vernon Rex Archibald Taylor Jr. is the patron for the symposium. And I'm going to ask him to say a few words before, at the start of of this symposium, to guide us, give us some inspiration, give us some direction. So I'll now hand over to Vernon Rex Archibald Jr., spiritual elder. Pardon. You're online, and you should be able to speak as soon as you're ready. All right, until we have our patron online and speaking, we will start with the first presentation with Ika Ikavla, and we will have Felicia Dujon. She's the chair for this morning. She's also a scholar researching African spiritual practices, and she will chair this morning and introduce the other speakers as we go.
Good morning. Good morning, brothers and sisters. We are a little quiet this morning. Good morning, brothers and sisters. We are in a very safe space, and I think it's very important that we recognize our ancestors and to ensure that we have a very smooth running session this morning. This morning, I have the honor to chair this remarkable setting, West Indian African spiritual traditions on the continent, and I think the entire panelists are women, and I think it's important that we highlight the voices of women and their spaces that is important for us to highlight. Our very first speaker is a dear student and former student. She just informed me of that. And also she is a nurse, registered nurse, Ms. Sister Marshall, and she will tell us a little bit about herself. And so the format this morning is that we allow our speakers to have 15 minutes to speak and to present, and then we will have the discussions open for questions and answers. Okay, everyone? Okay, thank you. On to our sister.
Ekaro, that's good morning in Yoruba. Aboro boye, bo shishe baba rex. Aboro boye, everyone that is here in the presence of my voice. I first want to greet the audience with Ekaro, which is good morning in Yoruba land. I also want to say it is a pleasure and an honor to be here to sit with you. I thank the organizers for inviting me to be here. My name is Michelle Marshall, according to the government of Barbados. According to my Ile, I am Ianifa, Abini, Oshanyemi, Ogunfumi, Awo-Anifa, Elebebun. I am a practitioner of Yoruba, and the reason why I guess I've been selected to come here this morning is really because I practice what is known as Ishishe. So Ishishe is what we consider to be traditional Yoruba practice. So Ishishe originates in the Yoruba land, and that's part of West Africa. And for us in Ishishe, most persons, when they think of Yoruba or they think about Orishas, they think about Oshun. I am a priestess of Oshun, but the Oshun that I am a priestess of is not necessarily the one that is represented here on continent. I would like to start with the similarities of the continent and what happens here. So we have the deity Olodumare, and Olodumare is the entire cosmos. Olo meaning owner, Odu womb, creator, Mare. So the owner of the consciousness. Out of Olodumare comes the first emanciation, which is Ori. So in our cosmology, Ori comes first. So our Ori, which is our highest self, is the only thing that can take us to God, or the only thing that can take us to our ancestors. Without our head, we can go nowhere. So we must first honor our head, and we do so as Ori. So Ori is also the term for head, as in the grammatical word for head. But the esoterics of Ori is far beyond just what is representing suspended on the neck. Ori is a metaphysical and esoteric principle, and it is expounded to those who are initiates. So when we speak of Obatala, sometimes we see Obatala as, you know, this old personification in Kandobe and in Lukumi, you know, there's the dancing and so on. But in traditional Yoruba land, Obatala is a very stern type of Orisha who's married to 3 wives. And the 3 wives that he's married to assist him very well. That is about all I can say about that. Then we have the Oshun. So as you know, many persons in the Caribbean kind of celebrate Oshun as this, you know, when I see her, she has like mirrors and she's with perfume and she's vanity. And do you know, good character, which is our principle, the character really describes you. And the character of Oshun, you know, Shogbo, which is the Oshun of which I am initiated to, is very different from the Oshun in the Caribbean. So the Oshun on continent, instead of carrying a fan, she carries a machete. And the machete is a gift that was given to her by Ogun. And we know of that story. The Oshun in Oshogbo looks into the water for reflection, divination. There's no mirror. The Oshun and continent, there are no candles. We use palm oil and fire. The Oshun in Oshogbo, she's concerned with fertility. She's concerned with beauty. She's the Omolewa. She is the daughter of beauty. She is the Yeye Owa. She is the mother of beauty itself. So when we think of beauty from us on the continent, everything that is beautiful is Oshun. Because Oshun is the manifestation of beauty from Olodumare. In on the continent, we also have Yemo Ija. So Yemo Ija is really the mother of the fishes. We say Yemoja, but Yemo Ija is what we will call her. And Yemo Ija is found in lakes and lagoons that are salted and brackish, but of course she's also found on the surface of the water. And we would also take our supplications to the waters, but the supplications might not be the ones that they're taking here, for example, the watermelon, because you might not have watermelon there. You would take other things. Some of the challenges I have found as being a practitioner of Ishishe here is really the implements to practice. For example, Ishu would take, the things that Ishu would take over there, it will not be able to take here. There's no market for me to buy any rat. There's no market for me to buy snail. There's hardly any palm oil here. So on the continent, where we see Ishu, we in the Caribbean, we love Ishu. But on the continent, traditionally, the persons there, because of expansionism and colonization and so on, they see Ishu as the devil. So what has happened, not amongst us as traditionalists, but as part of the tradition, the people. So the people in Nigeria who are not initiated to say or know about us as Ishishe, they even think we are Satan worshippers because we have Ishu. So Ishu has translated in the Caribbean, because you know he was the person who was like the patron for the rebellion. And the ancestor, the plantation would often say that the enslaved Africans are going to the crossroad to meet the devil. In fact, we were going to the crossroad to meet Ishu. So the issue is the same as it is in the Caribbean, as it is over there. The only challenge is that in Africa, for the most part, persons think he's the devil. But in the Caribbean, we didn't hear that. So another thing that I found that is very similar and creates a challenge as well is that women in Ishishe they're demonized to the point where persons think that you are Ajay. So an Ajay is a person who has special powers that can manipulate energies and for the good of mankind and for everyone, because that's what the mother energy is. But through the translations of the colonizers and the early scholars, they would have interpreted as witches. And there's no term as witches in Yoruba land. You are a primordial mother, and that is what it is. So my contribution really in this seminar is really to bring to the conversations the fundamental differences that we have, but more important are similarities. So we do have ancestral worship. Of course, to be an ancestor is not just to die. To be an ancestor, you have to go through fundamental spiritual rites, funeral rites, and these rites allow you to be able to go into the ancestral realm where you become an Egungun. At this time, Oya would then be the leader. There are no cemeteries really in our tradition. You would recognize that cemeteries are a construct of the church. So there's no graveyard for her to be at. Your ancestors are buried in your yard, so you will have Oya in your yard with you. So those are some of the fundamental differences and the similarities. And I think as a result of being an Ishishe, I've been able to ground myself as a professional and as a person who understands spiritual power, who understands the power of the name, understands the power of birth, understands the power of marriage, and all of these things that I think, from looking at the systems in Africa, would make such wonderful impact if implemented to solve problems like crime, violence, parenting, and the challenges that we are experiencing as social determinants in our society.
Thank you very much. You have shared quite an interesting perspective. Thank you for sharing. Do we have, because we have a very small time, we have some time here. Can we get some questions from the audience, if it's okay? We're working with good time this morning.
Hello.
And for our viewers online as well, please feel free to send in your questions or comments as well, so that we can share with our presenters.
Good morning. Am I being heard?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
My name is Vernon Rex Archibald Jr. Taylor. Aye, Oloya. I have been an Oya priest for the past 50 years. I'm a Babalao, initiated in Nigeria, in Peru, and I'm on Oluo. I'm also a member of the Society of Babalaos. I listen to the sisters' information, and I thank her for her ability to transfer the information that she has. I personally, right now, I'm interested in everybody that's there. Their differences of opinions and their differences of thinking and how they worship and how they want to worship. I would want to think that we can start a unification process, that we would respect everybody's way of thinking, everybody's way of worshiping, because there's no one way to get to Olodumare, to God. There's no one way. There has to be different ways because he made different people. But more than anything, I want to thank Dr. Murray. I've been coming to Barbados since 1994. I came with the UN. With Dr. Ben, Dr. Archibald, and Senator Stewart. Excuse me. I feel like an honorary Barbadian. And I feel that Barbados has a key to what happened to Black people from the African continent. They removed our culture, they removed our religion, and gave us a new one. But since we believe in God, we found a way to get to God in anybody's religion, including ours. I would want to think that we can get together this time. I want to talk and thank, first of all, the women who are sitting there in the audience and the ones that are going to give direction and information, because women have always been the backbone of African spirituality, always. It was never any different. We have so many names, and I'm not going to take up too much of your time. We have the Yoruba culture, we have Lukumi, we have Voodoo, we have Obia, we have necromancy, we have Puckamania, we have a variety of spiritual things that people wanted us to believe that they belong to a negative energy called the devil. I don't believe in the devil. I don't have anything to say about him. I don't know him. He's not part of my environment. Orisha is part of my environment, but I was baptized a Catholic. So 4 times a year, I go to church. Every day, I worship my Orishas. I want to thank Dr. Murray for having me involved in this. And I know that I am going to get a copy of everything that has been said so I can analyze it and put it in my luggage, in my suitcase. I want to thank these ladies for being there. Uh, the young lady mentioned Obatala, the father of this culture, goes by different names. We have different tribes in Africa who do different things, all in the Yoruba tradition. And we respect them all. Respect them all. Dr. Murray, please don't stop this. I'm sorry. I was in Barbados up to like the 12th to the 13th, the 15th, and I should have just stayed there so I could be part of this. I'm sorry I'm not there, but I want you to know that you're doing the right thing. Keep bringing these brothers and sisters together, no matter what religion or fashion of mind that they have. Bring them together, and through them and us and everybody involved, we're going to come to a consensus that's good for us. Dr. Murray, thank you very much. My sisters, thank you for being there. My brothers, I'm sorry I'm not there with you, so I could take part more in the conversation and ask questions. But I'm sure that this is just the beginning, or this has already started before. I'm sure that no matter where I am the next time, I'm going to be there for the next one. I'm a people person. I like to listen and hear. Oh, yeah, bless you. Lord Almighty keep you. Egungun walk with you. May your ancestors always trust your ancestors. Oh, no matter what they did or how they are, your ancestors are a part of you. You will not be here without them. And in Africa, ancestors are important. Do what you got to do to get to God. Don't hurt nobody. God bless you. Oh, yeah, take care. You may the wind never blow against you and always blow in your favor. Dr. Murray, thank you very much for allowing me these minutes of your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your
Have
words
a
of
great day,
wisdom.
madam.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day. You're
I
quite
have
welcome. Thank
one
you for having me.
question. No problem at
Yes,
all.
ma'am.
I have, thank you, brother. I have one question for our panelists. You spoke on the different types of rituals on the continent and in Barbados. Have you seen any similarities or differences, particularly with the burials, name, birth, child naming, weddings? Can you highlight at least some of the similarities and differences that you've seen?
Are you asking me the question or the panel?
I'm sorry, this is for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. There are quite a lot of similarities in terms of to me, the essence of what we're doing. So we do understand that the principal deity we go to first before we do anything is Ishuadara. So we do that. We understand the principles. To me, the principles remain the same. The challenges are, of course, as I have a written perimenopause. Give me 1 second. Some of the challenges that I have documented here are issue the misrepresentation of missionary literature. So this remains a fact even in Barbados and on continent. So the way that the information is translated, before time we would do it through oral translations because we recognize that the barbarians for the most part would come and burn the libraries and they would destroy the history. So if we had it in our minds, we'd be able to give that orally. So I found that that's a difference. So we're not very much into oral renditions and everything we want to read. So if you're telling somebody something, I might have learned it from Maya Rabba, but you want to find out where can I see it, where can I read it? They want it documented. So instead of trusting the EA, I find that there's still this, if you say something, for the most part, they question. But normally in Yoruba land, if you know that you are a student and that's the EA, then you just sit at their feet and you listen. So that's a difference in terms of respect and the way that the people respect each other and respect the tradition, respect the value. of what is traditional. For example, at the 21 day, you would get your name, and the name is given to you by your grandmother or an elder woman, and there's a process of giving the name. It's just not you deciding, oh, I want to name my child and mix between the father's name and my name, or a name that you heard on TV or something like that. But the naming of giving the child a name is very significant, because the name shapes the destiny of the child. So I find that those are differences that we have, which I think are very significant. So having the name and ceremony reinstituted from any tradition, it can be Benin, it can be Akan, it can be Trinidad, it doesn't matter. It just matters that it is an African spiritual system, so then in fact it should invoke that sense of ancestral reverence and solidarity.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that in Jamaica there's this ritual called the 9 nights, and how similar it is in terms of other cultures within the region. In St. Lucia, it's not the 9 nights, but we do some parts of the rituals. So my question again would be in terms of how in the Caribbean do we tie it closely to the continent, or is there something that is novice and new in the Caribbean region?
Dr. Yannick Helm would have done an extensive dissertation on Caribbean funeral rites, and she would have highlighted in her work the 9-day phenomena. The 9-day phenomena is also associated with birth. In the olden days, when the midwives used to work in the village, there was a 9-day period that you would stay home if you've had a child. There was a 9-day period that the body would be in the village. So they would take a time, it would be at home, and then they would go and they would come through. So 9 remains the number associated with the Egun. And thus, I think that is a similarity that we've held on ancestrally. So it is part of the resonance of our space. And I think it translates across the Caribbean spaces.
Thank you very much. And I think that's our time with our first panelist. Let us put our hands together and thank her for the information and the wisdom that you've shared with us. Thank you very much. Our 2 next speakers are online, so we will be working virtually. And our first, I need to apologize. I thought we would have a female panelist. Actually, we only have one, and I'm glad that our sister was able to speak and open up the floors for us. Our second presenter, I'm not sure if he's ready. You can just give me just a hint that he's ready. And it is Brother Camberi. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Once you're ready, you can go ahead and start.
Just give me 1 second. Okay, can you clearly see the PowerPoint on the screen?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Right, and the PowerPoint is clear?
Can you speak a little louder?
All right, is the PowerPoint clear on the screen? Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see your PowerPoint.
Okay, good.
And we can hear you clearly.
Okay, so my presentation is one based on a autoethnographic approach to the study of African spirituality. It is based on my personal experience. It is based on transmission of knowledge, and it is also based on my professional interpretation of the experiences. Clearly, my approach is not from an outsider's perspective. It is from being inside of the activity, the rituals, the ceremonies, etc., etc. A lived, what we will call a lived experience. The journey has taken me since 2012 to Burkina, both in De Alasso, one of the cities in Burkina, Dano, a smaller town, and has led me through various initiations, not just Burkina, but also Upper West Ghana, Togo, and Weta, Volta region, to be able to experience, study, document, and help me to reconnect with my traditions. I want to say straight up that my study has allowed me to understand that the Eurocentric cosmology and the African cosmology are two different things. They are not the same. And for me, it's important that we understand the cosmology of the African construct from an Afrocentric perspective and not a Eurocentric or European construct. Now, if we look at within the Voodoo or the Voodoo tradition, or let's go to the Dagara. The Dagara concept basically talks of Na Min. Na translates as chief, Min translates as spirit. He's the controller. She is responsible for all that there is within the cosmos. Now, when we say now, when we understand that the concept means male and female, it is male and female. And there's no reference to a he. We have the name, and the name, we recognize that the name means or references male and female. A relational, spatial cosmos. In other words, there's importance between what happens in the heavens and what happens in the earth. The rain and the earth has a relationship, and that relationship allows us to be able to communicate, not just with Nawin, because the general concept is that we don't communicate with Nawin. You have the divine source, which is Nawin, then you have the divine spiritual powers, which will manifest themselves within nature. And after we have those spiritual powers within nature, then we have the spiritual agencies. So the earth and the rain would be, and the ancestral shrines and the nature spirits, when you're working with them through an oracle, through a shrine, this allows us to tap into those spiritual powers that are within nature. Now, we're not saying that Nawin is separated from nature. Nawin is part of nature, but we do not communicate directly with Nawin. Within the Dagara framework again, you have, I mentioned the shrines. you have the community shrines, and then you have your personal shrines. You have someone who could be an oracle, or some, as we would say in the West, someone who's channeling energy or channeling a particular spirit. That oracle, that shrine, those ancestors are using the medium of the spiritual agencies in order to communicate. Now, if we go into Togo, if we go into Benin, if we go into Volta region, Ewe, I'm speaking mostly from a Dagara and an Ewe perspective, because these are my experiences. We have Ma'u. Ma'u is the originating intelligence, the power, the mystery through which the visible and the invisible world gather. So Ma'u represents the moon, represents the night, represents coolness, represents gestation, represents fertility. It represents that hidden dimension in the creation. And the Ma'u represents that female creative principle. Then we have the other aspect, Ma'u Lisa. Lisa expresses the active, illuminating, and outward moving dimension of the divine power. So the powers that are within nature. So the Lisa would represent the sun, the day, the night, the day, the light, the heat, strength, vitality, action, manifestation. This is not divisible, rather they are interrelated and mutually inclusive. So they're not separate, they are functioning together. Then we have Sogbo, Ma'u Sogbo Lisa. Sogbo announces the greatness, the force, and the celestial authority of the Supreme Source. So you have the concept of sky, you have the concept of thunder, you have the concept of lightning, of rain, of commanding power, divine authority. This power breaks stagnation and restores equilibrium. So if you have been doing any studies around, let's say, Volta region, you know that there's a shrine called Nogopo, which a lot of Ghanaians, as they would say, are afraid of this particular shrine. This shrine holds the energy of the thunder god. So this shrine, particularly, it can be used for bringing about justice. There's something that you think that you've been wronged about. We go to the deity to ask for justice, and we ask for balance to be restored to the situation. So Sogbo is the declaration that the source, the divine source, is not powerless or removed from nature. We recognize that the Sogbo, the heavens speak through thunder, through lightning, and through rain. This is divine authority becoming audible, becoming visible, and materially present. It also communicates that the divine source is not passive or powerless. It is expressing itself through nature. So one of the questions I have is, what happens to a people when their cosmology, their fundamental understanding of reality is broken? If the cosmology breaks, the village breaks. The consciousness that produced the plantation and the mentality cannot be the consciousness that allows for the healing of those wounds that were created. That plantation consciousness was set up to break ancestral continuity. It was there to separate people from land and lineage. It was there to criminalize spiritual knowledge. It was there to replace communal identity and with isolated survival. And it was there to teach African people to distrust their own cosmological inheritance. So the inherited problem is therefore not only political or economic, it is also communal and spiritual. And we have a saying, the child that the child will burn the village down to feel the warmth of the fire. Now, if we look at, let's say, our present day situation in relation to particularly young men and gun violence, if we look at it from a cosmological African perspective, we do not point fingers at those involved in the action or the activity. No, we come together as a community, as elders, as priests. And the first question is, if we're using the cosmological logic from an Afrocentric perspective, is there is a problem. Where did we go wrong that allowed for this to present itself in the community? Not to point and say, oh, we need to lock them up, we need to hang them. The mothers need training. No. Where did we go wrong? So this is part of what the plantation energy has brought with this methodology. Dissonance, an internal conflict that is created when the African memory, identity, and spirituality continue to live within people who have been conditioned to see themselves through a Eurocentric worldview. The dissonance will occur when the African memory alive in your bones, in your DNA, within a consciousness that has been trained to distrust it. So we have been trained, we've been organized structurally, we've been given tools and methodologies to construct a mindset that the memory in our bones. This dissonance, the African Holocaust created the rupture. The dissonance is how that rupture continues to live within us. And for me, the healing begins with the energy of Sankofa. The bird looking back. The Sankofa teaches that the return is not a retreat. But it's not a retreat for me. It's a pilgrimage. It's a pilgrimage to reconnect with the ancestral memory, with spiritual grounding, with initiatory discipline, relationship with communal accountability, belonging, and responsibility. The authority to interpret African experience through African cosmology. So the restoration of African spirituality cannot end with the individual saying, I am on my path. The deeper question is whether the village has been restored. African spirituality is supposed to call out the isolation of the I and bring in the responsibility of the we. So sometimes we may have situations, even within the Caribbean, you have different groups, but the isolation, you can see that the isolation is present, it's active. This house is better than this house. We're not going to this house because they don't have the right teachings. It needs to stop because it's the plantation rebirthing itself now through your own spirituality. The reason for initiation is to create mind expansion, to create and tap into your wisdom self. So that when you recognize that you're engaging in the plantation mentality, your job is to perform ritual to be able to remove that from your path. The future does not belong to the isolated I, it belongs to the awakened responsibility and accountable we. African spirituality is a living body of knowledge carried by elders, initiates, healers, families, and communities across the continent. Our responsibility is to approach them with humility. And when I say approach them, we're talking about The spiritual powers, if you go back to the cosmology, spiritual powers that are within nature, whether we're talking earth, whether we're talking water, whether we're talking air, whether we're talking fire, within those elements are spiritual powers that we tap into once we start to walk that spiritual path. So it's about returning to that ancestral memory, that spiritual grounding, and connecting with community. The community is critical. If we think about our own development, now we have to bring the knowledge within the community, and then to be able to guide the community. So it is a living, the African construct is a living cosmology. It's not about belief. It is not about belief. It is about understanding that I am connected to a particular deity, a movement, and have enough openness to allow that energy to be able to manifest itself through me, through the community. A way of understanding a relationship with the divine source, with the spiritual powers and the spiritual agencies, whether it's related to ancestors, whether it's related to the elements, whether it's related to the community, or even the unborn. So I want us to remember that spirituality is not really mainly a collection of beliefs. The divine is not absent from the physical world. It is both about the visible and the invisible living reality, and that human beings are placed within this reality with responsibilities. The responsibility of understanding that reach various places within your life, you are supposed to represent what it is that you are here to do. And that information can come through, and more so through divination. The divination allows you to tap into what it is that you're supposed to be doing, why you're here, what is your responsibility, to be able to allow you to become woke, in the sense that you understand now the difference between the Eurocentric mentality, the plantation mentality, and the Afrocentric mentality or cosmology. How do I differentiate, and how do I put in place to allow for that cosmology to emanate from my words? So I want to say thank you. I want to say Barka from a Dagara perspective. I want to say Akpe from a perspective. And I hope that my simple presentation was able to open your minds and set the stage for some interaction. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open the floors for any questions, both from our live audience and online. Please feel free to comments or questions.
Good day to all. My question to you.
The volume low. Can we increase the volume?
My question to you today would be, what does it mean to decolonize the mind, and why is mental liberation important? How do we move from the micro to the macro form of informing and impacting our localities?
I am not sure if I fully understand the question. I think the volume, whoever is controlling the volume needs to increase so that we can hear, well, so that I can hear, because my volume is up to all and I can barely hear what you're saying.
What I have asked
Okay,
is
good.
better now.
Yeah.
What does it mean to decolonize the mind, and why is mental liberation important? And how do we move from the micro to the macro focus to inform and impact our localities? Because we are in these small little groups, how do we then move to impact our localities?
That question is directed to anyone on the panel.
Okay, I'll attempt to answer the question. Thank you very much. It was a very condensed question. There were several questions in the question. It was almost layered like an onion. So I would start with the first question, which is how do we decolonize the mind? We decolonize the mind by taking responsibility for ourselves and for how we would inform what comes into our mind. And then beyond that, upon having a spiritual understanding, then we go on the cosmology of that understanding that we choose, and we allow that to help shape the mind of which we are attempting to deconstruct or decolonize. So for me, the process of decolonization is really to understand what was colonization initially. So colonization was according to Walter Rodney, I would quote Rodney, was the act of, Europe moving and expanding into other spaces and claiming that they would have discovered them. And they said claim and then making other claims that they were primitive because they couldn't read and write and all of that. So it's ready for us to go back to the etymology and the beginnings of these histories and to look and see how the curriculum is being informed, the consciousness of the children. So the whole, I think, reformation of education, organizations, particularly spiritual spaces, removing the church. The church doesn't have to move, but removing spiritual spaces that seek to colonize and replacing them with structures that decolonize in itself. That is my recommendation to education and spiritual reform, reparatory justice.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
It has in some areas, but I think the challenge will be in terms of willingness, readiness, preparedness to be open, because how do we get our environment to, to be ready for such? Can we get our environment ready?
I think the environment is already preparing itself. I mean, the environment is ready for change and action. It's how do we organize ourselves to provide the information that's necessary to fill the gaps, because all of the things identified by time immemorial are manifesting themselves. Poverty is a direct result of a disenfranchisement, a system of poverty. So how do we deconstruct poverty so that those social determinants that cause several challenges within society can be removed? So if we reinstitute a process such as the elders being for advice, if there's a problem with somebody, you don't go to yourself for the advice, you go to the elders. So where are these elders going to come from? That is the question. Where are these group of persons going to be found that we can identify so that we can have access to the information? And that, I believe, also is a process of decolonization. Looking to people like Kamal Brathwaite, Frantz Fanon, Amy Césaire, Jimmy Chiap. There are lots of scholars on continent that have begun to unravel this issue of decolonization so that we ourselves can go to that literature instead of going to literature that is available, because the literature that's available is not relevant or is not serving. It is until the African proverb, until the hunted gets a historian, then the hunter will always glorify that which he has hunted. Thank you for the intervention.
Pero ahora lo agarraron allá y lo metieron casa por cárcel. Todo el que agarra de blanqueo de capitales, no entiendo por qué no lo meten en la joya.
Okay.
No es casa por cárcel.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Brother Camberi. We just want to A round of applause. Thank you for the knowledge and the research, and I'm quite sure we'll be able to use some of that information as well. Our next speaker again will also be online, and I'm hoping that he is ready. And just let us know when you're ready to start. I think you're using PowerPoint, and it's Brother Body. Go ahead. Once you're ready, our technical persons will let us know that you're ready. And you have 15 minutes, and then we open up the floor for questions and comments.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Oh, I'll try my best. I wish I could get a lot of time because I really need to do some synchronization. In fact, first of all, I just want to thank my Mother Earth, my beautiful lady who started the session. You really did excellently well. And then the the sun spirits, my brother, thanks so much. In fact, you have really laid the foundation for everything I want to say. I wish I could just say equilibrium, then I stop. But what can we do? We have to look at the perspective of West African spiritual traditions on the continent. I would divide this into six major West African spiritual traditions, their distinctiveness and shared roots. I'll do a small backward into the future cosmological framework, looking at the visible and then invisible realms. I'll look at ritual divination, oral tradition as living institutions, and then contemporary challenges, as well as relevant to the program we're trying to do. The first understanding I want us to get in our quest to look at African spirituality, especially in the West African cosmology, is the fact that, just like my brother said, we are not talking about religion. You see, the issue of religion is a Eurocentric construct. We are talking about a family with diversity. So, like I said earlier in the other presentation, if you look at these two designs I've given here, the one on the left depicting, in a way, I mean, I cannot perfectly give what is happening in the spiritual world, but this is just a way to explain the concept. If you look at the center where the energy flows, the center of all beings, then you come to the next layer, which talks about the what do you call it? The laws that govern, the laws that dictate how actions and inactions result to manifestation. Then you'll be coming down to energies that have the responsibility to ensure these things happen. After that, probably you are coming to our ancestors who, in a diverse way from diverse areas, still connect to the one source. Now, look at the periphery of the circle. You see different colors telling you that no matter the area, as far as you connect to the source, which nothing can exist without connecting to the source, the number of tradition we'll have will be according to the number of people we have. So if we really even want to talk about all the tradition we have as Africans, it will be individualistic and it will also take a lot of time. So the very common traditions that have been identified, especially in sub-regions, in African sectors, is what I will talk about. We should understand that everything we are doing in our quest to connect to energies is purposely to connect to the source. We are all fighting and navigating to connect, to cut the alienation and to connect to the main source, which is our source of being. So in Akan Palace, there is this Edinkra symbol, which is called Funtumfurufu Denchemfunu. It simply means that two crocodiles who has one belly, and then they fight to eat, not realizing that whatever each of them eats goes into the center, one stomach. This is exactly what our spirituality, in a way, is supposed to be. Right. So we then have to look at the traditions. What are some of the traditions that are identified within the West African space? My brother and my dear sister have already finished almost everything. I will just do a synthesis. Now, look at the traditions. I've just listed about 6 of them. The Ifa Yoruba tradition, you see the geographical location, it is clustered within the Nigeria, Benin, Togo. And the common feature is the Orisha. In fact, here, when I use the word worship, it is just for the understanding of what we're doing, because we don't worship, we connect, we synchronize. So the Orisha worship, the Ifa divination, and then the Odu corpus. Then the Akan tradition, which also talk about possession. You can link this from Ghana and from Ivory Coast, where they talk about bosom deities, nananum, and then the ancestral veneration that is linked to the astral and the lunar calendar. We'll talk about the 7 days week, which has energies responsible for almost every day of every blessed day of the week. Then the Fon and then the Dahomey of the Benin and Togo, where the center of voodoo pantheon. My brother just talked about the Maulisa cosmology. That is where you can find that one. And then within the same Ghana and Benin, Togo, you see the Ewe people talk about the Akrama, which also in a way they talk about the Mau, as my brother spoke about, the Akrama, the same time, spirit mediums, and then very important feature we need to talk about, reincarnation. Then the Dagara or the who uses the bar, I mean the Northern Ghana and Burkina Faso, I mean without the borders, they are one people. They use the bar healing. The pronunciation of the word is not like I'm pronouncing it, because in the typical Dagara language, you can if you don't have the tongue, you can't pronounce it well. And then the life force that they adhere to. Then the Mende people talk about Jelu. Within the Mali, Guinea, Sierra Leone area, you see they talk about Engiwo, which is also still talking about the central figure of the source of all being, ancestral spirits, and then the Jelu oral tradition. But the question we need to ask ourselves, as my earlier speakers have said, what has contributed to all this fragmentation? Why not a kind of a synchronicity? I mean, can we understand what happened? Why are we even now mentioning primary location, Nigeria, Benin? Why are we not talking about tribes? Why are we not using the Orishas and their followers to depict a group of people? Everything started from the fact that our people were not just doing religious worship or producing academic papers. The backwards into the future for the foundation of socio-spiritual quantum education of Kemet people give answer to this. Ancient Kemits developed education system that is known as the mystic system or mystery system, founded in a xenos between spiritual and material accountability for existence. So for them, it was an integration of spirituality, science, and ethics as a unified whole. So this describes the prelude or a precursor to the interdisciplinary quantum approaches the modern people are trying to explain, which actually is the African spirituality. So the Kemetian lineage holds knowledge system predating science, and then these are encoded in most of the things my brother and my sister said, the myth, the rituals, and then the architecture. So when you come to the West African spiritual tradition, especially the Dogon and the Yoruba, you realize that these things are preserved through their cosmology. The Kemetic cosmological heritage runs through whatever they do. And then you realize that their creation story and the ontologies bear striking resemblance to the modern physicists who are trying to find out the communication between photons. So, in a nutshell, we will say that the Negro African civilization of ancient Kemet had already anticipated the conclusions of quantum physics before quantum physics. For they always believed that spirit was present in every matter, and every matter had a spirit. This is from Anta Diop. So we need to know that Kemetic education system was never purely religious and then never purely scientific. It was a holistic socio-spiritual science that understood reality and the interconnectedness filled in consciousness and matter. This is actually depicted, a detailed mapping of the Kemetic principles. You can see the Nunum. I mean, the Egyptologists will be able to pronounce this properly, but Nunum, the primordial formless expanse. You get it? So the expansion of the primordial formless, just like what they call Big Bang theory in a modern quantum physics, quantum vacuum, 0-point field. All our ancestors in their prayers in Western Africa try to connect to a source. They raise alcohol, they raise an animal to sacrifice, and it's pointing at the 0-point field. Ptah, the creative force. Binding forces, that is the quantum principles that align with these Kemetic concepts. Then the Ra, which is coming from the name of Amun-Ra, photons, speed of light, mediator. So it is not surprising that many of the traditions that are trying to understand our spirituality are kind of called sun worshippers. That is where the photons idea comes from. Then the Ma'at, from the first speaker, the second speaker, and everything we have done about African spirituality, you realize that people are talking about ethical constraints, uniformity, conservation, natural order, and protection of our environment. This is where the Kemetic concept permeates within the West African understanding of spirituality. Tahuti, divine intelligence. Here, the Ifa concept, the intelligence that permeates within all the Ifa chapters is also underlined here. And the quantum parallel is the measurement interface, quantum entanglement. Then Heru set, coherence, and then others. So you realize that the primordial essence, which they call Anum state, from which all existence flows, align with the Big Bang theory, as I said. In West African cosmology, this describes the form of a primordial void in a way that these physicists are now trying to uncover. So, my dear listeners, you realize that our people had a very beautiful understanding of the universe, of ourselves, and how we're interconnected. Through the Nile Valley, they were able to do many things, create a lot of sophisticated technology. Now, our people could connect, and this is very important, and I want us to be very attentive here. Our people were able to connect with beings. When I talk of beings, and I mean other dimensions, which we will call spirits, beings in other dimensions. You look at the picture from my on my right, then you see a portal that an individual initiated could just go through to enter other dimension. All these are documented and are possible to understand and know how our people lived in the lower Kemet. Now, from there, they had a lot of engineering activities to create other resemblance. I mean, don't forget some of the Epic of Gilgamesh stolen records that depicts, oh, let us make man in our own image. These laboratories created these men. Take a look at the number of traditions, a number of indigenous civilizations that existed on the continent before the invasion. And you could see, if you look at this area where Lower Kemet is, this is where invaders used to enter the Akabulan, our land. I want you to pay a particular attention to the animal depictions of energies within the Kemetic cosmology, understanding, and then spirituality. Now, what happened? Let's look at a short analogy of what took place and where we are now. You can now see the areas for purposes of clarity. You see the area where invaders could come into our land. The major problem here, bringing all this scattered deception, scattered spirituality, that is still though pointing to exactly one source, is the great disruption. Emanating from our own hospitality, we were invaded. So the academic society of Kemet allowed travelers from all over the world to study in Kemet. Thales and Azimanes, I don't need to mention them. Then came this man I always mention in my speech, Alexander the Criminal. They call him the Great, but I think he did a very great harm to our land. Through the Macedonian invasion, destroyed everything we had built, carried all our write-ups. Here too, we need to pay attention. You hear people say the Africans did not write anything, like my dear lady was saying. You tell people to do something, they say, where is it documented? Look, we had chunks of document. There's nothing our ancestors did without putting them down. If you want where the scrolls are, then trace the lineage of Alexander and ask them where they put it. After taking our scrolls and building the library, there's people building a library, putting them there and honoring him with it. You turn back to say we didn't write anything. I mean, this is uncalled for. So while the hits, this is where we are coming back to our present time. When the hits happened at the north, we moved southwards. Facing intense foreign colonization, the indigenous Black Africans migrated southwards, westward, deeper into the continent. This is a problem. Now, tell me whether your ancestors running away for their lives could carry scrolls. No, they have to devise means of transmitting information and knowledge. And that comes the songs, the myths, other things. A full library, you will never understand if you don't have the melanated DNA. When a song is sung in an Ewe land, it carries a whole message. You can just use one song to write a whole book. So the mass diaspora effectively relocated the socio-spiritual quantum principles out of Northeast Africa, sending west, you understand, to what we now have as African spiritual cosmologies. What we need to keep in mind is that the indigenous inhabitants of Kemet were too generous. Our generosity, now they still call African, African hospitality, allowing for foreigners to settle in their land, which eventually led to the invasion. So you can see the movement. Now, fast forward, after this scattered land, you should also know that some people were already living along some other side before everybody tried to run for his life. So there were chaos. I mean, you can hear of empires fighting each other within the history of Africa. This is what they teach us, but they don't tell us what caused the upheaval for this fight or these struggles within the sub-Saharan Africa. And afterwards, Roman Empire taking over, I mean, the Greeks taking over, Roman Empire taking over, handing over to the Catholic Church fighting with Islam, Islam coming to Africa also to conquer, and then moving from religion into nationalism. Nationalism giving birth to what any African don't want to hear after the Industrial Revolution, what they call the Berlin Conference, which actually brought our state, African state, to this stage. What you can see on my right. Now, I've shown this picture before. At the moment, this is what politics handed over to religion, and this happened. But mind you, now it is politics, religion working. So I ask this question. The green light you see there are all Muslim nations. The yellow you see are all Christian nations. You are asking me to talk about West African spirituality. Where can we locate them? This tells us we need to do a lot of work. Everywhere have been covered. Fortunately, this is what happened. Our ancestors were able to keep a lot of things, kept in the darkest place, in the villages. Just like my sister said, they were called witches because they were ostracized from the societies and they were living in the bushes of West Africa. So where you see I is a Muslim-dominated area. Even some of the I, you don't even see a C or IR, meaning that there's no church, there's no traditional person there. Where you see C is Christianity. And where you see IR is where our people are living. Now, you can see the bigger the letter is, the dominant or the dominance the religion is. So look at all of them, small, except when you come to West Africa and some part of Southern Africa. Our people are scattered. This actually brought about the disparities we have within the narratives. Of course, the beauty is that it is still towards one source. So, irrespective of this diversity, three things, which I will call the child cosmos, a common tradition, cuts through all the West African traditional spirituality. The first one, which my brother spoke about, supreme realm. That is the center, the source of all that is. My dear friends, I'm sure most people will not agree with me, but if you realize if you understand Kemetic spirituality back to our time, I mean, back to West African and other traditions within the African sub-region, you realize that the Western religions, I mean, the Abrahamic religions, they don't adhere or connect to the source, supreme realm, as we are talking about. They are actually worshiping our ancestors. I'm sure I stand to be corrected, because most of the people they mention, most of the names they mention are our ancestors who actually taught us the source, direction to the source. Some of them even asked that they should be worshipped. Actually, they knew they were not the source and they were not the supreme realm. You are asked to say amen after every prayer, and you didn't know Amen-Ra was my ancestor. So the inhabitants of people who talk about the supreme realm, they talk of the Oludumare, which is the Nigerian understanding, Nyame or Nyankopon from the Akan perspective, Mawu from the Ewe, and then in Giwo, Sierra Leone, and Guinea, and those areas. The function is that that is the source of all that is. Withdrawn, but present.
My dear brother, you have to wrap up. I'll give you an additional minute or two.
Then divine realm, we talk about Orisha, Abosom, and others. Then we have to also talk about the human aspect. So these are the three basic divisions of every spiritual tradition within the West Africa. For the sake of time, I will just summarize them and then we'll go, because this is a part of understanding. I'm now even about to go to their tradition in particular. But let's take the first two, then we'll look at the third one. Now, we talk about the ancestors. For Akan's ancestors are not dead. They are living dead. They are living and they connect with us to our source. Our cosmology talks about transition. And that is where they talk about Bozo, which is the reincarnation of we beings coming back as, what do you call it, our old ancestors. The Mende people will still talk about this kind of ancestral reincarnation. Then in terms of Abosom, Akan tradition will talk about divine powers, Accra, Din Bosom, the one I mentioned earlier. Like myself, you check my 4 names or my 5 names, you can get all the bosom or the deities that are connected to mine. Then the Yoruba people will talk about the Orishas, and then the fawn within the Volta region, and then Togo and Benin will talk about Mau. The Maulisa, as my brother mentioned, is also identified here. So in a nutshell, you realize that to honor your ancestors is not to worship the dead. It's to acknowledge their efforts. They are simply in different dimensions. They are not gods, as the Greek had termed them, but they are forces, principles of creation. They govern the relation, they govern and relate, and they are the grammar of the universe. Again, I've already spoken about the center. I may not need to go deeper into it for the sake of time. Now, a quick one about the traditions. Here we are talking about the first one. I'm talking about the ritual within the African practice is libation. You pick a drink and you think it is just a drink. Many writers, many scholars from what they call Egyptology studies have linked libation to a practice within the ancient Kemet. And when you pour a libation and you start speaking, of course, you realize that there is a kind of mechanical connection through wave-particle duality, observer-effect superimposition, and then quantum entanglement. You are causing all this quantum physics principle in just a single pour of libation. When you do a sacrifice, remember, we said that we call something in quantum physics quantization or levels of energy. So when you bring an animal, depending on the energy you want to relate, bring your sacrifice. This talks about restoring balance and then recharging force. Then our festivals have vibrational frequencies. The rite of passage, as my lady spoke about, naming, funeral, and other things, are just potentiality before measurement. You know, there's a quantum field, infinite possibility. So before you get married, your elders know that you can be barren, you can be fertile. So they need to alter the what do you call it? The quantum field, so that they give you what is required. We can also talk about divination systems like the Ifa. I mean, Ifa Odu corpus. You look at this system and then you just realize that there has been what do you call it? Intellectual dishonesty somewhere within the computer science field. You have these binary jiggets. Let me explain the Ifa in a way. I mean, it will be very clear here. You look at this chain, if as you call it, line here, has 8 either carries or a special what do you call it? A special seed that is used for this. Anytime the Orisha, which we have some of them among us, Babalaos, which we have some of them among us, throw this, they get a certain pattern. The pattern they get, the earlier form, you may have, what do you call it? The 4 symbols, I mean, the opening symbols, and then the close symbols will be added to it to form 8. There's a very important understanding of the number 8 here. First 4 is what we have already heard on earth, the 4 corners of the earth. Remember, as above, so below. So anytime you hear 8, it means that energy and three-dimensional world has come together. It becomes 9 when there is connection. So the 8 Odu Ifa will give you this. The first one will be the Agbe and other things. And then when they turn, the turning becomes the close, which you get the other 4, making 8.
Thank you very much, brother. Is there any questions or comment? And don't forget, we also have our brother who will be joining us for the open roundtable at 2:30, so you'd get the opportunity to expand on the discussion. Any questions, comments from our live audience or those online? There was a previous question for our sister regarding childbirth and rituals with childbirth and women and those spiritual baths. Would you like to a little further on that?
I think the question was asking if there is a space to have ritual baths or if that is something that we practice. What was the question?
In Barbados, is there any kind of ritual in terms of childbirth or bath for mothers after childbirth? Because I think in St. Lucia they do something similar where after a mother has given birth, they would have the bush bath and then they would have the different types of herbal medicine that is given. So what have you come across in your research?
Oh, right. So part of our, Barbados is a special place. And because we're so regulated, very heavily regulated, the community college does not teach that. However, that information has been passed down through indigenous systems, and there are bush baths that are available. There are herbs, iwe, that can be used after the woman has given birth that can assist her to get back into her balance. So those stuff are available in the indigenous communities.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments from any of our panelists? I know some persons came in.
So I want to add.
So for those online, if you have a question, you can just unmute your mic and go ahead. Because
I just want to add to the conversation in relation to childbirthing. Can you hear me?
yes, go ahead.
Right. So 2 years ago in Burkina Faso, I had the opportunity to experience childbirth. Brought tears to my eyes. So in this village this is where I was initiated. There are no lights, there are no street lights. There are dirt roads. There's no hospital in sight. So this lady was ready to give birth. All men in the surrounding area came. And she went into the ancestor house. She delivered. They took the child. They started to bath the child because the herbs were already prepared. They bathed the child. They massaged the child. They wrapped the child. Then they took the mother, bathed the mother, fed her. They took care of her. Now, one of the older ladies, I asked her, how do you know what to do during the birthing of the child if something goes wrong? She said, we go to the shrine. We go to the deity. We ask the deity what to do. And the deity will tell us exactly what it is that we need to do. And then they follow. Now, they can do that because they are intimately connected to the shrine. I talk about the shrine being a holder of divine power. So the intimate communication is there all the time. And there are no issues around in relation to childbirthing. There are no, there are no issues with infection. it just falls into place. And obviously, this is what information has been passed on to them for generations. And it allows them to do the birthing in a very natural and meaningful environment that supports both the child and the mother. And they will stay there until she's able to cook for her family and to regain the normal processes within the family structure. Thank you.
So as an experienced midwife myself, I have the pleasure of birthing children, babies all the time. So I haven't gone into any secular spaces, but I have been there with women who have chosen not to birth in traditional spaces, and I would hold space for them if it arises. And I would say to you that we have kind of like I think from me as an indigenous midwife and as a holder of this knowledge, I am considered a birth worker as well and a keeper of the divine feminine as it relates to the magic of birthing. And in Barbados particularly, we find that a lot of vulnerable women are taking this thing of birthing in their own hands, and that's something we don't want to encourage, really, because we have technology and we have trained persons who are available. If you can, get in contact with them, and they should be able to offer you some experience help. Because unlike the village that the brother described, there's no village here, and these women will be by themselves. And if they're by themselves, or one or two other women with them, it is not the same of having the ancestral mothers who are connected to the ancestral shrine. When there's a problem, they can see ancestral interventions and get ancestral help. So we don't want to, whereas we would love to see that amalgamation, and I think that that's the way that, in terms of us building bridges and reconnecting, that those indigenous practices can be translated to us, the midwives who are willing to hear this information, and then we can then integrate it into our practice to give our people on this side of the space a more holistic experience in birthing.
Okay, thank you very much for the knowledge and the wisdom that you shared. And I don't see any other questions online. And one question? Come ahead.
Thank you to the panelists, Ms. Marshall, Mr. Springer. The traditions that you both have embraced are ones that we don't often see persons embracing in Barbados. Usually, when persons initiate into an African spiritual tradition, it is from the Yoruba lineage. So can you both share a little bit about the paths that took you to your respective traditions? Ms. Marshall, I know you are in the Yoruba lineage, but from the continent rather than one of the regional variants.
So the question you're asking me is what took me there? Well, first of all, I want to give respect to Agba, who has just come. He is the elder who first introduced me to the construct, Agba Ishishagun. And once he introduced me to the construct, then as an academic and as a scholar, I began to investigate it from a cultural perspective. Upon understanding where the culture was located, then I immediately reached out to the persons who were the head. And they, as spirit would have it, they took me in as a daughter. And I've learned at the feet of all of those persons who I have reached out to so far. And I have the privilege to meet them and be initiated in several different, stages in several different spaces. So it's just been a personal inquisition, a journey to myself, and I knew that I had to take responsibility for it, so I took it. And then because there was no barriers, so for example, I've heard that, in times of the past, you would have to hide Shango on the Santa Barbara, you would have to hide Oshun on Magdalene. I have no reason to hide, so I found the source, and I've gone there so that I could unravel the mysteries of Oduifa.
Thank you very much. And I think that we can close this session because there's a session right after this one. I'd like to thank all of our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause for all that information and knowledge that they have shared with us today. And I do believe that we will use that information. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our audience here and those online as well. Thank you. We'll take a short break, and then we will start with our other session. Thank you.
Hello, I am here. I'm trying to get my. Mute again. Yes. Hi, I am. This is Burton. I am here. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience as we start our second session. My name is John Hunt, and I'm delighted to be the chair for this next session. We would have listened very intensely to the variety and the richness of our spiritual inheritance from the African continent. In this session, we seek to trace the history and transformation of some of these traditions into the Caribbean. We want to talk about what survived the enslavement and colonial suppression, how we were able to adapt and innovate, and hopefully in this conversation we'll get to examine some of the continuities, some of the creolizations, and some of the vitalities that still exist in our contemporary Caribbean spiritual life. With me present is Edward Ford, also known as Ishunle. He's a Lukumi practitioner of over 25 years and an initiate Eshu priest in Cuba, an initiate into the Palo Mayombe mysteries for over 20 years in Cuba, and an initiate of the ancient and mystical order Rocher Crucis for 28 years. And up until a few weeks ago was the Barbadian brand and marketing consultant with Export Barbados. Online joining us is Burton Sankarelli. He's a Trinidadian philosopher and independent intellectual who has been involved in philosophical research and Caribbean culture for the last 2 decades. He is a former newspaper columnist. His writings have appeared in numerous scholarly and academic publications. He is the editor of At the Crossroads, African, Caribbean Religion and Christianity, published in the Caribbean Conference of Churches, and co-founder of the Philosophical Society of Trinidad and Tobago. I wanted to give Mr. Santarelli the opportunity to say a few words of introduction and maybe to let us know, what has shifted in the journey from the continent to the Caribbean in terms of our African spiritual traditions. Mr. Santarelli, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, you're hearing me?
Yes.
So I am.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, yes, you're hearing me. Yes, how much
Yes.
time do I have? Yeah.
Could you say again?
How much time do I have? How are you hearing me well?
Well, we wanted to have more of a conversation, so we can do a brief introduction now and we could go back and forth. If that
Okay. I
suits
thought
you.
it was and I thought it was a presentation format. Okay, well, maybe I could just say some basic words then, and then we could converse. In preparing for this, I pondered basically the different traditions. That's one of the guidelines I was given throughout the Americas. The voodoo system in Haiti. We have different systems in Cuba, most notably the Yoruba, Lukumi, and the Palo. We have the Winti in Suriname. We have spiritual Baptist and revival in Jamaica and in the Eastern Caribbean. One feature I like to note about these things, and I might get more into this when I talk tomorrow, is often you see this interplay of Yoruba and Congo. And my own view is that one, when we use this word syncretism, we talk about syncretism with Christianity, but there is this crossing of African traditions that I think is very important. And for me, these are real organic traditions. It's not an anthropological artifact that managed to survive. These are continuing traditions, and it is very natural in these traditions to draw into what is around you and what is around you, so that it might use Christian symbols, for instance, but it is still this continuing African tradition. I also prepared to talk about what is happening in terms more specifically of Trinidad. I have convened a shrine mapping database committee in Trinidad, and we've been involved in mapping, you can say, hundreds of shrines and worship spaces. So I'd like to talk some about that at some point as well. But okay, but that's basically what I'm on about. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Ford, I don't know if you could share anything more about what you think or discussion about what came across and what you have been able to access in your experience about African traditions in the Caribbean.
All right. Hello. Can you hear me? All right. Ikaro to everyone who's here present. I'd first like to thank Dr. Murray for inviting me to give me the opportunity to share my ideas and my experiences that I've had along the way and along the tradition over the last near 30 years. As I sat there listening to the former presenters that spoke about the tradition in the motherland, it made me think a lot. And this is one of the reasons why when I ever come to gatherings such as this, I try not to prepare. Because I try to, gather the energy of the room and the speakers that go before me, unless it is something where it is told to me, well, I have to present a specific topic. And I say that to say, near 30 years ago, and this is how it started. One Saturday, I went to town, and there was a bookstore. Remember, some of you would know this bookstore that was in the Costas Mall, Brother D, that used to sell a lot of books. So I went there a Saturday, and I saw this particular book, and I picked up the book. I carried it home. And funny enough, when I started to read the book from the night, I read the book from the beginning to the end. And I remembered it was like 5 o'clock in the morning when I finished reading the book. And as soon as I closed the book, there was this particular rooster that used to be in the yard, and it started to crow. Fast forward a couple of days after, I said to a friend of mine, the contents of this book, because it was a book that spoke about the traditions of the Yoruba culture. I'm very interested in what I read. And that's how the door opened up, where he introduced me to what would be considered my elder today in the Lukumi tradition. And I was initiated in Cuba. And one of the things that I did when I was initiated was, when I was in that initiatory space, as a son of Eshu, I said to Eshu, there's some things that I want clarity on. Number one, there's no way that I'm going to be in a tradition where I cannot speak the language, first of all. So you have to allow me to be able to understand what these other priests and initiates are saying, because obviously this is Cuba and the language was Spanish. The other thing was, if I'm to understand this practice, it has to be hands-on. It can't be only intellectual, where I'm just assimilating information. And those two things manifested itself, ironically. With my elder, I had this arrangement with him that he's going to speak Spanish, I'm going to speak English to him, and we're going to try to understand each other. Within 5 years, and this is with me pushing myself, obviously, to know, as I sit here today, I speak fluent Spanish. The other option that I had with traveling and being hands-on, I've been to Cuba over 30 times. Why? Because, as I said, I wanted to understand this tradition, as opposed to it being told to me or me just reading it or trying to intellectually process it. So over the last 30 trips, and this would have been over I would say, the same said 30 years, I've been back and forth to Cuba, hands-on in initiations, hands-on in ceremonies, and such like. And it gave me that benefit to understand the culture more from a practical experience. And what I can say is, and this is what I wanted to go into, to show how the Lukumi tradition coming into the diaspora, some of the drawbacks that are manifesting within our society, And I would even go so far as to say I remember the former speaker, Brother Michael. He spoke about the differences in the cosmologies of the two. And I think that that speaks volumes to some of the traumas that are being experienced in the diaspora. And as I said, I would briefly go into some of that further.
Thank you, sir. So I think, like you said, Brother Ikaiva Kambire spoke about this disconnect between what is a Eurocentric lens and what is an Afrocentric lens when it comes to thinking about spirituality. Mr. Santarelli, could you maybe unpack some of this philosophical contrasts in qualitative and quantitative terms? What are the specific contrasts between what is a Eurocentric, monotheistic, patriarchal system and what comes to us as a very highly relational, nature-centered and balanced cosmos from the traditional African traditions?
Well, I think you have to understand, first of all, the traditions in terms of how our space works are in a state of confrontation, conflict, collision, but at the same time, we share space, we are intersecting, and our people are working these things out. So for instance, you would say, for instance, these African people, they encountered Catholicism and they became Catholic, for instance. But when you look at how Africans might have engaged Catholicism, the way they understood how holy water works as a channel of power, how Latin could work as a mantra, how the symbols of Catholicism function, they are really appropriating Eurocentric imagery, Eurocentric forms, but are appropriating it from an Afrocentric base as channels of spiritual power in a universe that's pulsing with energy. So we have had this culture of this appropriation of different forms of Christianity that you see with how Catholicism was engaged. You see how the spiritual Baptists function. But there is this African cosmology that's pulsing through it. And our people know how to work this intersection of forces. And the basis of, the Trinidad, I've called it the old orthodoxy. The old Trinidad Orisha that was part of our culture for a long time. First of all, I can mention that back in the day, just the mention of the word Shango for a lot of people could invoke terror, right? There was this fear of Orisha and of Obia, which is evil, and of all of that. Things have changed. Things have changed a lot. On the other hand, I think when people fear you, you can see how that can be a very effective survival strategy. And being more acceptable, quote unquote, being more acceptable raises its own challenges. So the old school Trinidad Orisha had this kind of a Catholic overlay on it with the Catholic prayers and Orisha matched with saints. But it was known as the Orisha work, and it was African work, and it is a continuing of an African spiritual tradition. Because for traditional peoples, our cosmologies are inclusive and not exclusive. So there are no borders between religions, and you can go on what's around you and you're still practicing your tradition. And that's what our people did.
So from what I understand you to say, we didn't just integrate it, but we incorporated those aspects into the way we present or see ourselves as African spiritual people.
Yes, definitely.
What would
that's how our people function. Yeah.
Yeah. What would be your experience, Edward?
Right. That would have been my experience being in Cuba over the years, even to the point where within the initiatory rite of the person, at the end of the initiation, the person goes in and is presented to a Catholic church with the deity of Batala. And as I said, with my experience, there were some things that used to rub me the wrong way, but I kept silent because obviously you would have been told that even to dissent or to speak out, it would be like being disrespectful to your elders. So I kept quiet for many years, but there were a lot of things that wasn't sitting well with me as a true bred African man and having the genealogical code embedded in me with traditions before, understanding the nature of who I am, what I am, and what this tradition can manifest in. Now, I will go further to say that I think with that experience, as we all know, there's a synchronization of the spirituality between the Yoruba culture and Catholicism in Cuba. And that's where that manifests and that's where that comes from. And it is very strong in that country. And the influences are very strong. So you would expect that even the way how the person practices would be somewhat different to like the Icheche student that, for example, as the other presenter speaks about in Trinidad. And that's where the differences, that's where basically the differences come from. But in me looking at the two, because I remember only a couple of years ago, I met this Icheche priest, Obafemi Fayemi, Baba Yogbe, and he was the one who was responsible for allowing me to see not only the differences in a spiritual way, but the comparisons as well. And from the time I had the pleasure in meeting him, my whole dimension of how I perceived Ifa changed, and it became more scientific and also psychological. And that's why I said that there's one brief thing that I wanted to get across, if you would allow me. From my experience, I always use this saying, this practice is not magic, but it is magical. I find from the Lukumi perspective, it's always about this person doing me this, I having to get this, and such like. What I can tell you from my experience, and I'm going to keep plugging that, this is from my experience. What the Lukumi tradition, particularly that in Cuba, is very versed on. And sometimes I don't even think some of the practitioners even understand it. Being able to influence quantum energy in terms of ritual, in terms of shifting energy, they are on point. But the problem comes, and this is why now with our presentation speaking about it in the Caribbean, we have a lot of persons that join the tradition and try to take up that concept in that, oh, I come into this tradition because I need to get this. I come into this tradition because my boss is on my tail and I need to deal with him or deal with her. And that's where the entry concept and perception comes. And that's where, to me, the tradition gets a bad stick. But where does that come from? And as Brother Michael said earlier, the whole cosmology is different. The whole perception of spirituality is different. You have these clear polar energies coming from Catholicism, and when you try to mesh and merge them within the Yoruba tradition, it just will not work because you're looking at two different dimensions. It's like oil and water. So we brought this into the Caribbean, and one, from my study and from my meditation, one of the things that the tradition has within the Caribbean I always point persons to read that little small book that Willie Lynch produced. And for me, one of the secrets to unraveling this issue with the culture in the Caribbean is embedded in the genetic code in which he sold to the Europeans, to brand within our psyche, our spirituality, and everything that was African. And the secret to it was the mothers, was the women. When he spoke about placing the mother and the youngest child and take the strongest man or the husband and tear him apart by a horse or beat him into submission, that to me was placing a genetic code into the Afrocentric psyche that, as he said, it would be there present for generations and generations and generations to come. So what happens now is that, from my experience as a diviner, many times I would see certain odus come up, particularly with women. And instead of them seeking to understand self, seeking to understand what your path is, what your Ori desires, it's more about this relation, this is not working, I need to do this, I need to do that. So the concentration is on juju. The concentration is on being able to manipulate this construct to your benefit. As I said earlier, the Cubans are masters at that. But at the end of the day, if your Ori is not in alignment with what it is that you're requesting, even if this energy shifts and it changes, and you still continue on the same trail with the same behaviors, then it comes right back. And this is spoken of in Odu, as I would explain later.
Thank you. So I think both of you have kind of touched on this idea that instead of looking for outcomes, which is probably something we would have inherited from your essential spiritual practice, that we kind of, what Rex Nether would call reach inward, right? Look to yourself, look to the things that are blocking us or aligning with us. This concept that in Yoruba we call Ashe, that vital life force. How would you both say that this idea of focus on life force can manifest in our daily lives, in our artistic spaces, in our communal structures, in our family, if we were intentional about paying attention to it? Mr. Santarelli, you got a thought?
Well, yeah, actually, I was planning to talk more about this issue of magic tomorrow when we're getting into technology and ways of knowing the world. But to raise this issue of, these different conflicting traditions, we have two, what you can say, clusters of formulated African spirituality in Trinidad. One is the now known as the spiritual Baptists, used to be known as shouters. Well, you still hear the term. And then there is the Orisha, Yoruba, Ifa tradition. Now, the spiritual Baptists are sometimes seen as a Christian church with an African input into it. And their theology varies across the spectrum. But at the core of the spiritual Baptist is a primordial African matrix that is Congo, and that is profoundly magical. And the way in which as it came up, I might talk more about it tomorrow. But the way in which, especially the Baptists, we can say, but it's part of the understanding. So you will get it in Orisha as well. We negotiate these different trajectories. Is that one term they will use that there are different nations or there are different schools, so you have an African nation, an Indian nation, and you can engage the more biblical Christian thing as a nation. And this comes up as a whole cosmography in the morning ground and all of that. And there are mechanisms of intersection, which, as I said, I will talk more on tomorrow because it falls into what is even there. Orisha is also on a continuum. The old Orisha practice was more Catholicized, but what has happened in Trinidad, and it's interesting, I don't know whether how much people are aware of it. I don't think too much academic attention has been placed on it. But in the wake of the oil bonanza we had in the 1970s and what follows, a lot of this traditional community structuring kind of gave way. And I think we underwent a change as fundamental as what emancipation meant for our societies, where the whole matrix of the society underwent a very radical change, you know. And as a result of that, for instance, that African Catholic kind of Catholicized kind of culture kind of gave way, and other forces began to impact Trinidad Orisha. The spiritual Baptist impact is very strong, and it became stronger since the lifting of the ban in the 1950s. And then in the past generation, we've had the impact of IFA. So we have, as it were, these different forces, these different impacts. And we also have a magical practice that is rooted in old tradition. It has taken on a lot of magical practices that has come to us through Europe, and they call it Kala, which also has roots in the Jews and in Egypt. But it came to us through a European source, or through a European channel. And so we have something called the Kabbalah, what I've called the Trinidad or the Trinidadian Kabbalah. But when you look at this Obia Kabbalistic practice, my analysis, and I don't believe only mine, would lead us to again say that it has these Congo roots. So you have this interplay between Yoruba and Congo. And these are very aggressive magical system, akin to Palo in Cuba or Petwo in Haiti, right? Can be a very, very aggressive. Sometimes it might be seen as violent. Some people might be afraid of it and the like so. But it is an important component in the present practice, along with the Baptists and Ifa. And you still have the old Trinidadian template there, but it's often not as clear in its original form as it were.
Thank you so much for that. And I'm going to really encourage my spiritual Baptist community to come out to hear more about this, because I know a lot of us, the stock answer was that we're Christian, and that is not untrue, but we're also very much African, and I would like us to hear about that. Mr. Ford, I don't know if there's anything from your experience in particular you wanted to make mention of.
Yeah, we're right at that point where, as I said earlier, that I wanted to explain, and my thing is about some of the negative aspects of the tradition and how it's playing out within the diaspora and in the Caribbean, and then more so for me as a diviner in Barbados. And I wanted to use Odu to show how this is manifesting and some of the problems that are being experienced within our society. And when I was thinking about the conference, when Dr. Murray invited me, the Odu that kept coming out was Eroso. And it kept coming to me all the time, you need to speak on this Odu and how it is manifesting within the Barbadian society. Now, the etymology of this Odu speaks about the camwood tree, speaks about the coming down or the crossing over. And it also speaks strongly about the deity in the Yoruba culture called the Osun, which is carried in Icheche by the Babalawo or the Awo, the Osun staff. And this staff represents the deity that comes down with the individual when it comes to what is called Aye. It is in alignment with what we call the Ori. A lot of practitioners, even that aspect, a lot of practitioners within the Lukumi tradition, I find that that concept of the Ori somewhat was lost for some reason, whether it was geographical and certain slaves that came. But Icheche, this is a concept that is very strong. And I often tell people, you know, when they get into the tradition, they talk about, oh, I want to be a Shango, I want to be a Eshu, I want to be this, I want to be that. And I often ask them, so what about the Orisha that you came with? What about the Orisha that you have? Because in Ifa says in Ogunda that no Orisha, no Egun, no ancestor can give you any blessing unless it is accepted by Ori. None. So here it is, you have practitioners coming into the culture thinking that, oh, Eshu's this, oh, Shango's gonna this, oh, Shango's gonna that, oh, Ochun is this, oh, Yamoja is this. And then forgetting this concept of Ori that came down, that crossed over when you came from Orun to Aye. The Odu, Iroso, and you can see it there. Now, energy carries 4 concepts: expansion, contraction, cohesion, adhesion. Odu is basically contraction and expansion. Europeans stole it and gave us the binary code, the computer language, and stuff like that. Now, when you look at this Odu, you see ones and you see zeros. Ones are forces of expansion. The zero is forces of contraction. And these two forces are playing out to create an energy matrix, a manifestation of what is, what was, and what can be. This Odu, from my experience, even in Merenden Lagoon, the Corishals, this Odu is one Odu that I find that manifests a lot within Barbados, particularly with women. And the first thing I usually ask them is, you ever have persons that tell you that you go to the doctor, you have indigestion, or you have acid reflux, and the eyes open up? Yes. How do you know this? It's because it's the Odu. Why? Because as you look here, the first, you see expansion. There's light in the head. You see expansion again. There's light in the throat. But where does the darkness start? In the stomach. And it ends in the feet. So you have lightness in the head, lightness in the throat, darkness in the stomach, darkness in the feet. You come with a lot of knowledge. You have a lot of mouth. But then the application is different. And you're confused within the stomach, the second brain, that the vagus nerve connects from the gut to the brain, where that highway of energy that Eshu manages and polices. This is where the problem comes. Because this Odu speaks about the alignment of Ori with Olodumare, which means the alignment of your destiny, what you have come here for. So instead of you being distracted, let's say, for example, you wanted to be a basketball player, but you signed that contract in Orun that you should be an electrician. And then you find whenever the manifestation of that environment with the basketball is always an issue. The sponsorship didn't come true, the this, the that, or whatever, and you get frustrated. What divination does is bring you back to that original contract, and you would see that at the end, that is not the path that you signed up for. This Odu also speaks about family. This Odu is a masculine Odu, but it speaks about family. And when you look at the Barbadian family, you would find, particularly with the men, you know, you talk about the village ram and stuff like that. But remember, our spiritual traditions always used to take the man and show him how to be a man. But now you have found yourself in a society where you've crossed over in the Ma'afa. You've crossed over, and now there are no traditions, there are no societies that are enabled to teach you how to be a man. But remember, I'm connecting this, and I want you to follow me. I'm connecting this with the same Willie Lynch writings, where the genetic code was embedded to the woman to look at her man as inferior, to look at her man as not being able to be supportive, because here it is, the European in front of the man is having sex with his wife, and he's helpless. Here it is, the European has the man being beaten in front of his younger child and his woman. So the younger child comes up, and within his psyche, dad looks weak. Dad looks incapable. So a lot of these traumas are created when the crossover happen. Odu speaks about it. Now you are here, and a lot of what has been embedded in you psychologically, psychically, physically, spiritually, and otherwise is existing within your own genetic code. So when you go to the diviner now with all of these relationship issues, and you see, like, for example, the woman may be moving from relationship to relationship, and then usually I ask them, when you strip it down, you see that it is the same construct, it's just the face that changes, because you're not reconnecting to what was, and your only interest is to shift and change this energy through ritual. So you're only interested in paying a Ifa priest, or in paying a voodoo priest, or I need to get back this man, or I need to get back this woman. But you're not really delving into self to ask Ori what it is that I am here for. And instead of cursing these relationships, looking at them in an introspective way, as to say or to ask, what am I to learn from this experience? Because you came here with a reason. You came here on a mission. And ironically, you have chosen these experiences in order to understand your path, and in order to understand the reason that you're here. So this Odu speaks a lot about these traumas that have crossed over in the Ma'afa and are present today in the diaspora. And imagine this is under an umbrella of a cosmology that is telling you you are born in sin and shaped in iniquity.
So you're reinforcing then what we would have heard in the previous session, where it's not only about our intention, it's not only about inward looking, but it is about seeking verification from those who have the tools to offer us this introspection in the way you like. And I know you're speaking specifically about Lukumi, and I'm certain Mr. Santarelli can talk about other systems that operate both on the continent and in the Caribbean, who offers those various systems of divination or verification. But one of the things that comes to me as I listen to you and Mr. Santarelli is this idea of language, finding a language or finding a landscape to talk about these things within a society that we are saying is evolving slightly, but still have a lot of those registers that represent or recolonize our minds to not thinking outward, to not thinking community, to not thinking cooperatively, to not thinking with each other. Is there a particular challenge that we see happening within the societies in this point in time? I don't know if you want to start, Mr. Ford, and then allow Mr. Santarelli.
I think the challenges, and once again, this is from my experience as a practitioner, as a diviner, the challenges come about because, how should I say, you're still trapped in a construct and in a matrix that has a certain perception and cosmology and spirituality that is not yours. So this is where the problem. This is where the problem comes. You know, you're trying to merge systems together, and one of these driving and dominant systems is telling you that you've come here, you've shaped in this sin and this iniquity. So off the bat, you're starting at minus 100. Off the bat, that has a deep psychological damage that happens to individuals in the way how they look at themselves, in the way how they look at their family, in the way how they look at other persons. And that was never the Afrocentric way. The Afrocentric way was always holistic. I don't even think that you can find a Yoruba word for sin. You surely cannot find a Yoruba word for the devil, but yet still Eshu is looked at as the devil. So my thing is, well, who created that? Because the persons who the culture came through never had a concept for this energy and for this deity because of their cosmology and their perception of life as it is. So it is a difficult thing to traverse with individuals, and with my experience, it is always difficult with clients because it is literally telling the individual, your problem is no one else's but your own. And when I say that, this is not he made me do it, she made me do it, the devil made me do it, I got spirits on me, I have juju on me, this person went to the Obeah man to do this, that. It is stop, introflect. Why it is that you are having this experience, first and foremost. Is this experience within the original contract that you signed? And if so, the Odu Osa says, you can run away all your life, but you have to face it, because these are lessons that you created in order to have that human experience. Because if you don't, and this is usually the kicker, if you don't, then you will return once again to get that experience. So it is up to you if you want to continually have the habitual experiences, not applying yourself and continually returning all the time in a traumatic cycle.
Thanks. So there is, to me, a profile of practitioners over time, over history, that seems to come from a poor or working class environment. Usually, people who consider practitioners have, less access. But in recent times, could we say, Mr. Santarelli, that there has been some kind of upward mobility in the people who are experiencing or reaching for some of these practices? And what would you think, if that was the case, would be some of the shifts that we can expect or observe as people face stuff around institutionalizing our practice or seeing more people in leadership in prominent positions? I don't know if you have any thoughts about that.
Yes, well, first of all, let me say I was not expected to be treated to an exposition of Ifa, and that is a blessing. Hope you all know that, and I trust Baba, if he hasn't been here as yet, will reach Trinidad at some point. We could benefit from what he is teaching. And Ifa came to Trinidad in the wake of Black Power and in the wake of this struggle to reconnect with our ancestral source. So, 1970, we began getting more direct contact with Africa, and Ifa has been most prominent in Trinidad. In terms of the tradition in Trinidad, then two things have been happening. There have been this upward mobility because the society, as I said, has been getting more middle class. You also have middle class people, more formally educated people, being drawn to the tradition. So sometimes you hear in Trinidad about some kind of supposed differentiation between Ifa and Orisha, right? Which is really not the case on the ground when you see how people work it on the ground. But the Ifa orientation, as you were pointing out, does have that more middle class kind of inflection. Although, as I said, actually the ground things are by no means as simple as that, and Ifa knowledge is to be found everywhere. The circle may, in a sense, be closing in that apparently something very momentous is happening in Barbados in terms of direct fights. That is going to seriously change how the tradition is in Barbados and in Trinidad. It will make, a lot of Trinidadians have gone to Yoruba land for initiations. We've had Nigerian Babalaos coming to Trinidad. One actually lives here and is a very important source where we can go to get reading, to get work done. But that connection, that more direct connection with Africa is going to have some very profound repercussions and effects and consequences. What's going to happen here? So things are going to get very, very interesting from that point of view, right? So the IFA, IFA is now an integral part of Trinidad Orisha. Really, the more formal IFA, the IFA people will tell you IFA is always here because everything comes from IFA. But in that more formal sense, it is very much part here. Another aspect of something that more recently came from our knowledge of Africa, but we have readily accepted because I suppose you can say it was always here, is knowledge concerning the divine mothers of creation or the Ia'ami. Baba was talking about the importance of the mothers, and it was through the mothers creation came to be. Nothing comes into being unless it is born of a woman, and we've had this knowledge, those of sacred flight of the Ia'ami. Yeah, the oracle says it is Usa Meiji that brought the Ia'ami to earth, and it is an important part of our spirituality now. And of course, it's interesting, Trinidad and Barbados as examples that are very relevant here. Barbados is very much in the belly of the colonial beast, and it's war, right? And it should be. I don't want to anyway undermine the way in which colonialism is impacting Trinidad. In certain way, and I can mention the oil boom, in certain way it is as bad, but we could easily fool ourselves into thinking everything is okay and the like. So Trinidad, however, has this landscape of a kind of a chaotic, anarchic kind of place where all kinds of things are on top of each other and mixing with each other, and it creates certain kinds of challenges and possibilities for us. In terms of the mothers and the divine mothers of creation, we see very strong intersections with Hinduism, which is very strong in Trinidad, and the Hindu goddesses. And one insignia of their divine mother of creation and destruction is Mother Kali. And Orisha people and African spirituality people do have this gravitation to Kali Puja, Kali prayers that's done in Trinidad. And it points again to this prominence and focus of the divine mothers of creation that you get in Hinduism, that you get in African tradition, and that you get from the first peoples, which we also have connections with, you know.
Thank you so much. So we're about to ask our audience, both here and online, to contribute. But I just wanted to know from both of you if you had a word about, we talked about the evolution, revolution. We talked about it expand the current expansion and how it's a very interesting spirit. I would agree. But even in this time, we still hear the resonance of what we call colonialists, racist, demonization of our various practices that still linger. What is your sense of this and its impact on our present generation? I don't know.
Well, for me, it always goes back to what you've come here for as an individual and collectively as a society, because what the ancestors have graciously done was, even during the Ma'atha, a system was created where the knowledge and the energy, and I'm speaking about the Yoruba tradition as an experience, how it was able to move from the motherland into the diaspora, and you still have aspirants and devotees today who are manifesting that energy and being able to apply that knowledge to their immediate circles, from self to family to friends and then to the outer society. And that corpus of information is there for persons to call upon to be able to see the traumas that their lineages genetically have experienced. And that's one of the things, just briefly, to close like my presentation, that I wanted to talk about, because we spoke about Iroso, and Iroso, as I said, one of the things that is found in Iroso is Erosum, the Erosum powder, and persons within the culture would know that this is a red powder. Now, Odu, point blank, is the womb where all life is created. And this is one of the reasons why I say the key to these traumas and overcoming these Eurocentric concepts is found within the secrets of the woman, and how the man looks at this feminine aspect, how he applies himself to this feminine aspect, because a lot of the traumas are found within that construct. Now, I spoke about the Odu Iroso. This is the Odu from Earth that you see. But then when you reverse it, that's the very next Odu after Iroso. Owani. And what is Owani? Owani speaks about the reverse head. In order for one to understand their dynamic, one must look back before they go forward. But you were taught in Catholicism, forgive and forget. Forgive and forget. Anyone that forgets the traumas that they have been through will always repeat them in some degree in the future. But you were taught about forgive and forget. Well, Ifa says to you, with these traumas, one must look back, the reverse head, but do not get stuck in that dimension. Because when you get stuck in that dimension, that becomes the realm of Eshu. You are to move forward. In this Odu, Owanrin speaks strongly about calling upon the support of your ancestors to understand and to overcome the many temporal challenges that you have in a day-to-day cycle. And this is the reason why when you go, and if I says right now there's confusion, where is the forces of contraction in Owani? It is in the head. One is confused. Then the throat speaks about the inability to speak your truth, to speak what is going on within your dynamic, because society tells you, oh, as a man, you're not supposed to do that. And then as a woman, you're complaining. So you're stuck in this genetic code that has been embedded in you. So this for me is why the application of the culture is so important, not only from the ritualistic side, because that's where, from my experience, a lot of the problems come, because people just look at you as the Obia man, the fixer, the person who can bring back this body, can mash up this body, or whatever the case may be, as opposed to the person who is opening your genetic code, your reality of who you are, what you're supposed to be doing, even highlighting the challenges that you will have in this construct. And as I always say, with initiation, the only thing initiation does is create a vortex of energy that you will be able to assimilate the information. The persons in the diaspora that think that, okay, you get initiated, they walk about with 10,000 things around the neck, 10,000 whatever, and think that they have evolved and become. And they have not become anything, and they have not evolved to anything. The only thing that initiation gives you is it opens up certain energy matrices within your construct, that the information and the experiences that you're going to have going forward with your Ori, with your ancestors, and with your Orisha is to understand this construct through prayer, meditation, study, and most importantly, advice from your ancestors. When all of this is assimilated, you come upon an issue that you are highlighting. If the Ori, as we say in Ifa, the Ori that creates the problem cannot solve the problem. So this is the reason why it goes to the foot of a room miller or an Orisha, Egun, who understands your construct holistically, and the answers are given to you. But it doesn't make any sense. The answers are given to you, and you do not assimilate them for them to become part and parcel of you, that it becomes second nature. And this is the reason why you would find persons going for divination nearly every 2 weeks with the same problem all the time, and it is not getting better, and then they turn and say, oh, he ain't know what he doing, he ain't no good, my problem ain't get fixed, or whatever the case may be, because your problem has nothing to do If your husband, your child, your aunt, your uncle, your boss, your problem has to do with you and how you're applying yourself to the construct that is before you. If you do not understand that, if you do not assimilate that, then you will never understand the reasoning behind the ancestors having this information for you to use it as a tool to be able to express your path in this life as a human being.
Thank you so much. I mean, I think you've touched on some key points in terms of how we could address, this recurring problem of how do we decolonize our minds, to my sense. But I think I want to repose a question that I think was asked in the last session. Like, what is the framework of a community? How does the community work when people are in the midst of this transition, if they do not have a chance to manifest this shift? For instance, you go, you get everything that you need to get, and then you put yourself right back into the situation because there's no community. How are we looking at building community? How are we looking at addressing how effective a shift could be if we have community? I didn't know if Mr. Santarelli had a thought, but I wanted to take this opportunity to open up the conversation to those who are here. I recognize that there have been several people patiently or impatiently waiting online, so I wanted to open up the conversation for questions or comments from a couple of people who are there. Baba, and then anybody here who has a question to formulate, just indicate and we could have you make your comment or question.
All right.
Welcome.
I hope I'm fairly audible.
We can hear you.
Yeah. So my name is Babatunde from Lagos, and I am actually from Osun State, Ede to be precise. And I've listened extensively to the speakers, and I want to make mention of some certain issues that relate to African spirituality, colonialism, and the penetration of foreign religions, most importantly, Islamic religion and Christian religion. And over the years, how it has continued to shape our mindset and how it has relegated African spirituality, how it has presented African spirituality in a bad light, and the intentional effort to make this situation to stay this way. And from the way some other adherents of this foreign religion are putting enormous resources, enormous influence, enormous actions to suppress African traditional religion and African spirituality. They are so intentional, they are so confrontational, and they put a lot of money, a lot of resources into doing these things. But I am happy with the presenters, and I am happy with some of those that have contributed. And what brings this happiness is the influence and the knowledge, African tradition as a result of slave trade, massive movement of people from Africa to the Caribbean, and how they were able to sustain this religion. It's quite impressive. And the survival of many of these religions splitting into different areas across Brazil, Cuba, Haiti, Barbados, Antigua. It's very impressive because the extent at which African traditional spirituality, the extent at which it is given attention over there, I wouldn't say is
Babatunde, we seem to have lost you. Let us know if you can get back to us.
the issues raised. To speak to some of the issues raised, the idea of traditional religious practitioners, idea from the basis of getting free promotion, from the sake of getting healing, for the purpose of probably dealing with another person whom they thought had done them wrong or bad. You know, many of the speaker raised that issue, and it is a very, very serious issue when it comes to traditional African spirituality, because even foreign religious practitioners that are Christians and Muslims often turn to African spirituality when they needed help. Oftentimes, we have seen that times, over and over again. That is where they turn to. They go to church, they go to mosque, but once they have problems, once they have serious challenges, they do not have patience to call on God in Christian or Muslim ways. Many of them don't. What they do is to turn to African spirituality. And once they get the help, they return to. Hello?
Yeah, we're still listening to you.
Pero no dan esa materia, no la dan.
Yes.
Hello?
You wanted to finish out your thought so I could allow other people.
Okay, yeah. Okay. To finally land on my thought, actually, I want to know if we are having probably similar challenges as I have identified here. Whether we are seeing massive suppression of African spirituality in the Caribbean the way we are experiencing it here. And also, it's not as if
Yo
we are not
dudo
making
en el
effort
nombre
here.
de Dios. Sería ignorancia, estupidez
Hello.
Oye, alguien
que
tiene
paren
There's some
de dar
interferences.
curso de
Oye,
inglés.
permiso, tiene que.
You can continue, Babatunde.
Okay. So, like Isheshe, for instance, now on the final thought, Isheshe, there is this advocacy and recognition that we are given to Isheshe in the western part of the country, where we have predominantly Yoruba people, and we are making serious effort to make sure that we recognize African traditional religion and African spirituality. But I want to know the extent.
Continue with your question, sir.
Okay, I want to know the extent at which African spirituality have transcended in the Caribbean, because I have read a lot about African traditional religion in Haiti, in Brazil, in Cuba, in so many other places across the Caribbean, and it's fascinating. I want to understand how they are able to practice this African traditional religion. Most importantly, without really smoothly understanding Yoruba language. How are they able to do that? It's quite troubling. Or perhaps if they really do understand Yoruba language, I really want to understand how they were able to do that. It's quite fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and I'm sure that both of our speakers will get to respond in their own way. In the meantime, I don't know if there's another question you wanted to pose. Yeah. You could. I just wanted to ask you also to face the camera.
Alafia, Boro Boye Boshishe, Ikasan Baba, Shidada. Right. Facing the audience is weird because I want to talk to them. So talking to them and talking to you. What I wanted to say is that it is interesting when Baba brought out the point that Odu comes out a lot for women in Barbados, because that's actually one of my Odus. And when it came out for me, it was actually a good thing because, you know, it came out in Ire. And I wanted to, I have it actually written down, like what Irasum means for me. And you know, there's the Odu, first of all, when Baba Ishu was going through the field, Baba Ishu showed one person his face black and showed the other person his face red. But it was Ishu that was going through the field. So we do recognize that both sides were right and both sides can see the same coin. So I'm just suggesting that for me, when Irasum came up, it was really because I'm called to the Iyamis, and it is a Odu that comes out for the women. They say Irasun is red. It speaks to menstruation. It speaks to the sacred mysteries of the women. And I think as a result of the patriarchal construct that has really been applied to even the analysis of Odu, sometimes it comes out unfavorable for women. And when something comes out in the polarity that is described as negative, according to Eurocentric standards, it's taken as something to be like avoided. But really, in fact, Irasumeji being read is actually very good. Because my Baba, who is Ifayemi Elebebun, the Araba of Oshogbo states that we all come from mothers. And the truth of the matter is, if, as Baba said, if we don't have an Ori, then it's hard for us to make decisions. So if that Odu is coming up for women here, we can see why it is necessary for those women to make Ebo. Those women need to make sacrifice to their ancestors and to the ancestral realm so that they can clarify their own Ori, so that they will no longer look outside for something that is hurting them. The relationships that are broken are all manifestations of their own trauma, and they will look to attract and vibrate on a frequency that's more alignment with their Irasumeji, which will really bring them into a space of connections with the Iyami.
Yeah, I would say I share to that, because as you rightfully highlighted, the Odu, when it is in Ire, speaks about harmony. The Odu, when it is in Ire, speaks about family and the orientation of the woman being the head of the family as the binding force, so that that family becomes a benefit and an extension to the society. So you're rightfully so with the Odu in Ire. And one of the things I wanted to touch on, when you mentioned about even the perception of Odu within the diaspora in particular being somewhat masculine. Now this is why it goes back to my point. You're trying to apply a culture and a science that had a specific Afrocentric dimension, but you, because of the Ma'afa, and we understand this, you have the synchronization of the concept and the construct with Catholicism, which has certain elements that become a dichotomy within the whole interpretation of the Odu. Now, when you look at Catholicism, you know that it is patriarchal, mainly. So understand that in that aspect of the society, that's how the perception of Odu is going to be. You understand? Unless the person truly removes themselves from these constructs and allow the energy to come and see it in its pure state. Now, you see that coming over even into the diaspora. You understand? And this is one of the reasons why, as I said, this Odu speaks a lot about problems in the family. This Odu speaks about persons not being able to overcome the problems because of anxiety, and this anxiety manifests within the body as acid reflux, as stomach issues, because this Odu speaks a lot, as I showed you, this Odu speaks a lot about that. But the key to it is reflecting back, calling upon your ancestors, reflecting back, and being able to apply the original code for you to be able to overcome the many traumas on a personal level, the many traumas on a societal level going forward.
So, Mr. Santorelli, is there a way that we can talk about masculine and feminine outside of these Western constructs that seem to put them at binary? Is there a functionality to these terms within African consciousness and technologies that is complementary? Or is it that we're going to constantly have to address this as people evolve around African spiritual traditions?
Well, the African cosmology is not dualistic in the way Western cosmology is. We recognize the interplay of these two principles, but they are not in opposition to each other. They are aspects of the source. The two first Odus, Ejiobi and Oiku, represent this male and female principle. They are seen as light and darkness, but darkness is great. Darkness is the womb. Darkness is the divine mother that gives us birth. So it's nothing to be afraid of. The demonizing of the feminine and of darkness is key to how the patriarchal order was able to establish itself. So it's not a problem for African cosmology. It's a Western problem that they have sought, and all too successfully at times, to impose. And in a way, that ontological colonialism is as bad as ever. And one aspect of it is this form of a Christianity that's very manichae, that sees the world as an evil and as an evil place, as a sinful place. And is very suspicious, to put it kindly, of feminine energy, a tradition that has burned witches, because women are hysterical beings that carry this energy that frankly they're terrified of. And the way things are, rightly so, if you don't mind my saying, so that's what we're up against. But in the metaphysics of Ifa and of Africa, it's a non-issue. It's a non-problem. And one question that was raised earlier about the language, how we worship. In Trinidad, there's a received Trinidadian Yoruba that's a liturgical language that we do the chants in. Sometimes the aspects of Christianity has played that function in the past, where, as one elder told me, it's prayers in English, and people would know the prayers in English, which were Christian prayers. Now there's greater knowledge of Yoruba prayers, and depending where you go in Trinidad, you would get these different practices. In Brazilian, Ubanda, Orisha are worshipped in Portuguese, and they have marvelous Brazilian songs to the Orisha in Portuguese. Ifa and Orisha is for everybody, and as Elder said, it will mend our broken world.
Thank you. I don't know if there are any other questions or comments from those of us gathered here or from any of those gathered online. We're coming up to the hour. Yes, you would have to come to us. We will offer you the mic, and you can let the international audience see your lovely face as you ask your question.
Good afternoon. There's a question I want to ask, but I want to phrase it correctly because I don't want to sound like I don't understand things. But I'm not a believer, let me put it that way. However, for the last hour, I was sitting on here listening, and I've been exposed to understanding of different African traditions, religions. Why I'm a bit hesitant, I want to ask the question, is that what is coming true is a kind of puristic understanding of, if we go to African traditional religions, that everything will be good. And as I listen I'm hearing the challenges within the African traditional religions. And as practitioners and believers within the religion, how do you address the challenges within African traditional religions for us as a people to go forward as we embrace?
Yeah, I think I understand the question. So I'll try to answer it in the best way that I can from my experience. And I would say first and foremost that whoever sold you the idea that life is perfection, that's where the problem starts. And for me, from an Afrocentric perspective and using the Yoruba tradition, this is how I'm going to answer it. When you were in Orung, you signed a contract. You had there your Egbe Orung, your ancestors, your Egungun, you had your Orisha. Your Ori signed a contract. Your Ori and the contract that was signed entail down to the body that you took, the place you were going to born, the parents that were going to born you, the relationships that you're going to have, and most importantly, the challenges that you're going to have. The Yoruba culture, or for me, any Afrocentric culture in its pure state, does not advocate perfection. What it does is advocate tools that you can use that allow you to align yourself with your original contract and how to address and deal with the so-called issues that are going to overcome. You, even in your original contract, sometimes would have signed off on a particular relationship that will be toxic. But it is how you apply yourself in that situation, because there's a learning experience within that dynamic. What the culture allows is for you to understand this. And for me, this is one of the reasons why I always say the problem comes where persons get so caught up into the whole get my Orisha, I need my Shango, I need my Ogun, I need my this, I need my that. And you leave out the most important thing and the most important Orisha. Because as I said before, in Ogunda Mehi, no Orisha, no Egun, no ancestor, none can give you any blessing unless it is sanctioned by your Ori. So it is for you to understand that. And how is that understood? We talk about rituals and, the shedding of blood, which is energy that shifts energy and such like. When one of the most potent rituals is for you to just sit in meditation and allow the energy of your ancestors and your Egungun and those entities to have a conversation. Just a simple meditation. Yeah? But we want to run off and shift the energy via ritual, not understanding the dynamic of what's playing out. So what happens is, within 3 months' time, it repeats itself again. Then you have to go back to the diviner to spend more money to do the same ritual, and you're caught up in this cycle, and Eshu is there on the side, looking, watching, laughing. Look at this idiot who, instead of trying to understand themselves, is trying to understand someone else. So, sister, what I would say to you is that, first and foremost, never allow anyone to sell you the idea of perfection, or the idea that you have to go a particular place in order to receive this harmony, or whatever the case may be. Because I often say with other cultures, if you have to go, if this other place is so glorious and is so harmonizing and is so productive, why don't you leave? Leave now. Go there. Because you're complaining about here and you're saying that there's this other space that is so beautiful that even in some cultures you're given what? 10,000 virgins? Well, go. Leave. You understand? The beauty and reality of life exists within the now. You've come down here to learn and experience. And I often say, if you think you know everything, why did you come here? If you think you know everything, why did you come here? It's all about experiences. And once you are able to look at the experiences that you are having and understand them for what they are, a lot of times what happens, or most times what happens, is even the concept of karma that has been tainted. It is like when you get to that state and you go through these experiences, a lot of times what happens is a lot of this garbage does not stick anymore. So you go through these experiences with a certain sense of fluence. You go through these experiences with a certain sense of awareness, a sense of harmony, because you have not given in now to that external dynamic that you were taught within the Eurocentric culture, that is always this body, that body, even the devil, the next person, the third person that is creating your problems. So you go through these experiences, and when you get to that stage, it is like what certain, even in the Hindu tradition, talks about the burning off of karma. Because persons think that karma is just, oh, you do this, this is going to happen, or whatever the case may be. Not understanding, even within their genetic code, even within certain aspects, particularly the astral body, a lot of that karma you come with because there are experiences that you have to learn. And in order to overcome those experiences, and in order to create a space between you and that energy, as Odu in Ifa says in Osamehi, what are you running from? What are you running to? One must face the fears in order to remove and distance yourself from that energy. Until you get there, Eshu is always going to play that trick, as the sister thought about in Yodo Baradi, where it is either black or it is either red. These were two good friends that said that they were inseparable. And Eshu said, okay, you're inseparable, no problem. So Eshu went and put on his garb, red and black. And one was on one side, one was on the next, and the road was in the middle. And when Eshu passed, the one on the right said, oh, you see that person that walked down the road with cigar and rum? He had on black. Man, he was an idiot. The man had on white. The man had on red. No, man, the man had on black. It was the same man. But it's perception. It's how you perceive things, sister. So never, as I said, let anyone sell you the idea that perfection is what you came here for. You came here to have an experience. You came here to basically complete the contract that you signed because you needed to have these experiences in order for your Ori to manifest what it wanted.
Thank you, sir. And of course, Dr. Murray, I think this is a wonderful opportunity to create a year-long course on African spiritual traditions, because the amount of terminology that got released today, I'm sure people are going to be pondering on for a long time. I want to give thanks for both Mr. Ford and Mr. Santarelli for being here. I wanted to offer Mr. Santarelli the last word, and if there's anything we could think about in terms of how do we proceed as African spiritual practitioners in the contemporary world, or how do we get this information to the next generation, you could share with us, Mr. Santarelli.
Okay, thank you. You hearing me?
Yes.
You hearing me? Okay. I like to see, the Buddhists talk about their Four Noble Truths. I see the tradition, the Yoruba tradition, Noble Truths. The first truth is the universe is a beautiful place. The second truth is the universe, the world is a dangerous place. And the next truth is that the system, Ifa, following the path of the Orisha, gives us, as Baba says, the tools to negotiate the world so that we appreciate its beauty and its blessings and avoid its dangers. And Ori is self, it's the divine self within us. The African self is a community self, it's something we share, but we have to take responsibility for it. And until we deal with self, wherever we are, we're not going to get anywhere, right?
Thank you. Please join me in appreciating both Baba Ford and Mr. Sankarelli for their wonderful contribution. I'm thankful for all those who made a contribution to this conversation, and I'm hoping that you'll come back at 2:30 for the most exciting panel discussion for today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good night, good day to everyone in the room and online. Thank you for joining us again if you were here earlier. Those in the audience live, thank you for joining us again, and welcome if you're here for the first time. Are you hearing me well? Excellent. I think that it is my Ori, my Ifa, my ancestors, all the beautiful ones who have not yet been born, who have positioned me in this chair this afternoon, because just last week I called Derek to ask him, Derek, what's really going on the continent with indigenous religious and spiritual practices? And here, almost 7 days later, I am chairing a session on the very same thing. So thank you, ancestors and deities. Thank you, Derek. We have on our panel, did I say that I'm Ama Andrea? Well, I am Ama Andrea, and from Barbados. And we have on this panel this afternoon looking at African spirituality in Africa, specifically on the continent. We have somebody who was with us earlier this morning, Ika Ivla Awudi Kembere, and we also have Mama, let me find the name here, Tebogo Buntu from South Africa. So Ika is from Barbados, and Mama Buntu is from South Africa. And we're taking stock of the current state of African spirituality on the continent. We want to discuss preservation, transmission of tradition, state recognition, and what religious and spiritual freedom really means. The relationship between the indigenous and the Abrahamic faiths, and we had a bit of conversation about that earlier. And we want to understand how bridges can be built with the diaspora. Ika, I know you personally. I'm glad to see that we're here sharing a panel. And so I want to invite Mama Buntu to explore this the questions and the topic that we are discussing today. Mama Buntu is a South African-centered community educator. She is the founder of Kandaka, a women's initiative and she is also a healing practitioner deeply grounded in African-centered knowledge systems. She designs and leads transformative programs focused on identity, ancestral healing, and holistic living. She guides African women through womb healing, ancestral consciousness, and feminine restoration. So, Mama Buntu, thank you for joining us. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the current landscape for open and free practice of African spirituality in your country. Perhaps you could start by telling us what are the main practices, and then how free are you to free and open are you to practice, people of South Africa, and then what do you think has shifted in the past decade?
Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for this invitation. Thank you so much to the Center of Hybrid Studies. As they have already introduced me, my name is Tebogo Buntu, here in South Africa, Azania, another name that we call this country. When it comes to the issue of the practice, the traditional practices in South Africa, I must say I really commend our government, because this is where some of the other powers are sitting with making sure that the frameworks are there that create a space for traditional healers to have a space to practice. I know that it was interesting one day that I met with this other guy. I think he was from Nigeria, and he said to me that he's just in awe sometimes to see how in South Africa, he said it in this way, beautiful women they chose to become traditional healers, which is quite an interesting reflection, because there's still the stigma that being a healer, you have to look in a particular way. There are still a lot of practices that we have here in South Africa. One of the main known practice of healing modality is the one of the Sangoma. Sangoma means the one who is moved by the beat of the drum, because the drum is that beat that awakens your spirit. It is the one that is more known, that is more common, that even some of the people here in the country, when they are coming through a process of awakening of their spirit, the Sangoma practice, because it's the one that still that is dominant, that is known, that has a lot of recognition. People go through that path as their entrance to the awakening of the spirit. We still have the Xhosa practices. There are a lot of those who still go through the practices through the Xhosa lineage, and which the Zulu and the Xhosas, they are more on the Nguni lineage of the practice of healing, which it's something that I want to maybe quickly just to say. It's quite interesting, because even during apartheid and during the colonial experience, this is one of the groups that they kept their practice, whereby other groups, ethnic groups, as much as they have their practices, but they were not as dominant as the Nguni one, the Xhosa and the Zulu one. We also have the healers from Botswana, from the Venda, from Bapedi. Right now, I must say, the practice, it is more and more out there. People are practicing, people are young people mostly, they're coming through a different path of themselves, and they're connecting with the understanding of traditional healing practices, and they are more open and willingly to take that gift that they have in their families. So this is where we are right now as a country, and it is there. It is there, it is living, it is available. If anyone is interested and come, you can always be shown a place where one can go to and get their own consultation and been taken through the processes of how to go about these practices. I will just stop here.
That's very heartening to hear. So it makes me really want to ask, what has anything changed or shifted in the last decade, last 10 years?
Yeah, a lot has changed. Like I said, that the practices, they've always been there, but a little bit not maybe openly practiced. But in the last 10 years, I can say it's more and more and more and more and more than before. And I think it is even more because it's young people who are taking the lead into this practice. You see a lot of young people get initiated, which it even become a concern. What is happening? Why are more and more young people get initiated? But when you look at it, it is not necessarily that it looks like more and more young people are being initiated. This is the gift that has always been there, but it was not expressing itself fully due to the shame that people were holding around being initiated into becoming a healer. But now, because of this openness that come with also where our country is since the 1994, getting the independence that the country is having, and also, like I said, that the government creating spaces of acknowledging this practice, it become more and more a practice that is out there and is done by a lot of people, and people are no longer as shy and hide their practice as unlike before, because even in the workplace right now, there are procedures that are even in place that one can take their leave to go and be initiated and come back and work, and even in the workspace, they are being acknowledged and being given the recognition that they need.
What I'm hearing you saying is that your country engaged in a lot of cultural confidence, and that gave people the courage and the strength to practice. Young people see this and they adhere to it. And makes me want to ask you now, Ika, what's the situation in Barbados? What does our landscape look like? Perhaps if you talked about it earlier this morning, you can give us a brief. What does it look like for free and open practice of spirituality, the kind of spirituality that you practice? I know you're a priest of voodoo and the Gara. What does that look like for you? And what has changed in the last 10 years?
So your first question is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, your first question is, what is happening in Barbados? I really don't know a lot about what is happening, and I say a lot, on the ground. But there's one thing I made a note of earlier in relation to some of the concepts and the constructs. I think we should be referencing and referring to the continent when it comes to understanding our philosophy. Sometimes I would hear the concept of, oh, well, God is a woman. Now, or that women are more spiritual than men. So I hear this being bandaged around. And I think, again, when we make these statements, we should be looking at these statements in reference to the indigenous ideology. When we talk about, now we can see the two principles working, male and female. And we need to be able to differentiate the difference between biological sex and feminine energy. They're two totally different things. Feminine energy predates biology. So when we talk about the cosmology relates to the divine source, which is both male and female. They're interrelated. They cannot function without each other. When we look at the feminine energy, this has nothing to do with gender. It's about creativity. It's about softness. It's about intuition. It's about receptivity. It's about compassion. It's about empathy. It's about nurturing. It's about sleep, rest. When we look at the masculine aspect, it's about logic. It's about being forceful. It's about structure. It's about discipline. It's about protection. It's about providing. It's about drive. It's about action. It's about woke or being awake. So I don't know if it is that sometimes we're not sure where to reference. I'm not sure if it is that we just can't be bothered to make sure that we're projecting and promoting the right concepts, especially among our youth. But in my mind, we have no excuse because we have, for me, the libraries now are in our hands. And we now have no excuse in relation to thinking about these ideologies and these concepts when we are having conversations, because it's important that the transmission of information is correct. If not, the younger ones will be led astray.
That's bringing us right into our next question, Ika Ivla. And we have here in our midst Dr. John Hunt. And Dr. Hunt, I'm really sorry to put you on the spot like this, but some of the conversations you were having earlier today with your panel kind of answers this question. So could I ask you in one short paragraph to say for our audience present and online, what does the landscape look like in Barbados or the region for free and open practice? One very short paragraph. The former panelists would have all touched on it and spoken at length on it, but I want you to appreciate for us because it leads into what we want to discuss next. And thank you very much, Ika Ivla and Mama Buntu.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon. So from my perspective and from the conversation this morning, I believe that one could argue that the landscape is opening, that there are small pockets where people are beginning to express and to practice in a way that starts to align and connect with African spiritual traditions. But I don't think that we're anywhere near close to thinking of it as being free, particularly because there's a continuous and persistent colonialist, Eurocentric Christian mentality that is very pervasive in direct and indirect ways.
Thank you.
Full stop.
For that, Tracy. I want to invite you to sit down, but I don't want to break protocol. And following what you said, and Mama Buntu, something you said earlier too, makes me want to ask you about transmitting this information to the younger generations. Ika, you just said that we have to ensure that when they're transmitted and carried on, that they're done so correctly. So how do we ensure that? How do we ensure the correct, safe, right transmission of spiritual practices to the younger generation?
I think there were Brother Ikeifa talk about the proper way of transmitting the information. I will just talk about how I see it happening here. There are different ways, and I think that the ways will be always different according to where people find themselves. Here, you still find that the young people, they grow up in communities where the practice is still taking place. And the transmission takes through them being taken through the process for them to learn. And even in that learning, sometimes you realize that it will be different from, let's say, from the way at school you teach someone definitions of this. This is this thing, and this is how we've done that. And then differently, it could be like in the setup that they see, they do, and that's how they learn. And then you can create some correction in that. And another way of making sure that the knowledge is exchanged in a way that it can make sense to young people is to create spaces of dialogues. I'm saying this because as Mkosini, which is the company that I'm a director of here, we do a lot of dialogues and we work with young people. We do dialogues with elders where people can be in a space, young people can be in the space that they get to ask questions. They ask questions in a manner that they have been programmed in terms of learning. And then you break the understanding to them why we are doing this, why this practice is done in this way, what does it mean? And you can connect it with all other ways that they are familiar with, that it makes sense. Because one of the challenges that happen is that sometimes in some other instances, the practice is there, is taking place, and maybe sometimes elders may think that the young ones, they understand what this is, only to find that they don't have a deeper understanding why certain practices are important and what they mean. But now when you create spaces that are different, that they can be able to like let's say in a dialogue setup, they can be able to say, oh, now I understand why this and this and this and this is taking place, and what does it mean? I will give a quick example. For example, one of the practice, which is not necessarily a traditional healing practice, but it's one of the rite of passage of marriage, where there's certain symbols, certain processes that are taking place. And people, young people, they know, you hear them when they tell you, even when they get married, that we are going to do a traditional processes, and then we are going to do a white wedding. But the challenge is, for me, even the work that I do, there's no need of these young people when they're even thinking about the process of coming of age through marriage. They only just think it's traditionally that is something that they have to go through, but they cannot articulate it with understanding what this process means and why it is important. It cannot only just be, it's a tradition that we do. Because failure to take young people into understand these practices and what they mean to them spiritually, it is not helping them now to appreciate and embrace the process. And I always just say, we are still fortunate because we still have these practices. We don't read about them. We don't hear about them. They're there every day. People still go to the villages, to the other other rural places, not even in rural, even in the town, we still have the practices. But the important thing, like Baba Akaifera said, is to make sure that the young people understand what all these practices mean, why they're important, because when they know and understand, they are the ones that will know how to preserve them. And I think that is the most important part of it.
Absolutely, and that's why I want to ask you, Ika Ivla, how do we ensure that for Barbadian and Caribbean younger generations?
I can only speak for Barbados because, this is where I'm residing, but I will assume that the lived experience among the community is most likely the same throughout the Caribbean. It is very, 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 very difficult. It is very difficult. This is why I think that it is important for various houses on the island to have conversation. We need to understand the political dynamics that is involved still in shaping the assault that has happened to us African people in relation to the rapture, the Holocaust. Because it is the political system that sets the tone and the frequency for how information is transmitted. I mean, yes, we can. So then the groups, the houses need to have conversation, in my opinion, and then we have to chart a way forward. For example, and this is not a criticism, we have Pan-African movement on the island. And I see some things being practiced within Pan-Africanism that is not correct, in my opinion. Let's look at the example of the Bassa. Who's Bassa? Where did we as a community decide that Bassa will be a spiritual agency for bringing a certain type of spiritual power within the community? When did we decide that? But yet you go there and you pour libation from a political perspective, and this is the message that you're sending to the young people. So you have the political movement and you have the indigenous movement. The indigenous movement, the traditional movement, needs to come up with a plan in terms of how we will approach this, what it will look like in the future, what strategies will be put in place so that we can intercept at the confluent points, the points where these energies meet, so that we can do what it is that we need to do in order to move our ancestral legacy forward. I hope I'm making sense.
Yes, you are, and you're kind of answering the next question that I want to pose. But I'm hearing Mama Ubuntu say that the young people have access to elders and practitioners because it's a way of life. Perhaps that's one of the things that we in the Caribbean can take away from the South African experience. And I see some elders in the audience before me live, and I'm sure there's some online. And Ika Ivla, what you just articulated is perhaps a threat to the tradition, because if it's not passed on correctly, what happens 10 years, 20 years, 30 years hence? So outside of the correct knowledge systems and practices, what other threats are there that are great? And what would be a practical intervention or a way to surmount it, surround it, go under it?
I don't have an answer for that. Whenever there's a problem in the community, as I said in my earlier presentation, we have to ask from a communal perspective. Where have we gone wrong? Once we identify where we have gone wrong, then we have to do divination to find out what it is that we need to do to correct the issues that are presenting in the community. It's not a simple or logical approach to say, well, okay, well, this is what it is, and these are the things that we will implement. It's not going to work. I am in Africa on a regular basis, every year. There's a difference between, even though the Africans have suffered the onslaught of colonialism, there's still a difference between the African youth mindset and the Caribbean youth mindset. There's a difference because they have a lot more of the indigenous houses still available transmitting the knowledge. And one of the things I've noticed, the level of respect from the youth is awesome. And obviously, this is what they have seen. It's difficult to get that kind of humility here. It's very, 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 very difficult. So for me, you have to have a strategy, you have to have a plan. And that plan must include consultation from the other world.
Thank you, Ika Ivla. Mama Buntu.
Sorry, I end up listening more than remembering what was the question. Can you ask that question again so that I can?
Yes, I was asking, based on what you articulated about how the traditions are passed on to the younger generation. That's something that we have to safeguard. What else is another threat against your tradition? You've already articulated that you have relative freedom to practice. What is a threat against your traditions continuing? And what do you think would be the best way to deal with that threat?
The threat that we are still experiencing, I think that will continue to take place, is the threat of religions like Christianity and Islam. Here in South Africa, more Christianity. It's a threat because people are still challenged to understand how to be with both practices. So there's this challenge that maybe if you have been a Christian, then you start following African spirituality, there's a challenge for a lot of people to have that balance, that can they be one of the two, or they can be both. And I think this is one of the things that for different people is still a challenge, and it could be a threat, because also there's still also some maybe I don't even know if I can just say there's some certain stereotypes on understanding what African spirituality is. There's this thing that people just want to go into African spirituality when they are only seeking for certain things, like it's like a magical thing. They don't see it as a way of life. And now when they go there, which is one of the things that recently we saw it coming, that young people will go for their initiation. And after they've been initiated into a particular modality of spirituality, of the practice, after some time, they stop, and then they go back to being Christian, and they say that this process is not working. And you realize that it's not necessarily that in some instances it's not like it's not working. It is how they perceive what this practice is all about. So they went there for something else. Then now when they are not attaining what they expected to get, they feel like this African spirituality is not working. And that for me is a threat, because even now, even after that, the way maybe the message, it can be very negative to the practice. And another threat, it is also going into, we have different spacing of the practice right now. We have the young people who come into the practice, and then because of where they are and how they work with the world right now and technology, they are the ones that end up being in the forefront of putting up the message of what this practice is all about. And we still have elders that are just also feeling like they're being looked down on, because now they are not on social media, their practices are not there. And another threat that right now it is in the practices, the issue of money. There's this thing right now that the practice that used to be affordable for the community, it now become too expensive, because now of where the practice end up being residing more. If it is more in the cities, they come with the city mindset of they amortize the practice according to the capitalist system that makes it even difficult now for the community, for the general society, even those who don't have money, to be able to have access to the practice, which I felt is a threat. Something that as healers, we have to continue to have talks about that, and what does it mean, and how can we find ways of getting the guidelines and standards on how the practice has to operate.
Christianity is a threat, misinformation spread by new media is a threat, and too high prices is a threat. Well, we know how we deal with those first two in the Caribbean. I'm not sure how we will deal with the third one, but let me just say here that this is a conversation. Two of our panelists, Omar from Gambia and Nana Boadi from Ghana, are not here. We do have a question from the audience online. Michelle Marshall was a presenter here earlier, and she had a burning question when Mama Ubuntu was explaining about the traditions and maintaining youth perspective in the tradition. So if you could pose your question now. Are you still there? Marshall, Miss Marshall?
Yes, please. Yes, I was still here. I was waiting for the host to unmute me. Thank you. Tokozani ma. The question I was wondering is how do we as practitioners over here who are seeking to maintain indigenous relations translate what is seemingly to me it is coming as though it is not something that is possible to be practiced. Like it's almost like if we've kind of we've evolved over in the Caribbean to suit the resources that we have. But things like rites of passages, do you think that the rites of passage is something that we can communicate on and establish as a means to help the said young people understand the phases in terms of life and how they can adjust to it more effectively?
Yes, I think it's something that can still be done, and I think Baba Ikayivla was saying, like the cultural practice, they're not stagnant, as we know. And there are other processes that we can build. We can always be able to bring them in a way that people can be able to resonate with them. I will give an example of a rite of passage for young women when they come out of they're starting to have their period. As I work with a lot of young women, a lot of even here, they never went through that process because of the same thing that people come from the history of the colonial experience and all this. And a lot of knowledges, they started to be forgotten. But what I do in my practice, I take people through understanding this rite of passage and the role that they were meant to do in awakening your divine self and through the different stages. I can share from the practice that I know from my own ethnic group. But when I work with someone who comes from a particular ethnic group, I ask them to go into their own ethnic group and find out what are the processes. And by doing that, I gave an opportunity for people like work with what resonate with you. And by when they work like that, it makes it easier not to feel like they're doing something that works against what is inside of them. And we still have practices for certain groups of people that still have the practices of rite of passage, that when the children, the young girls and the young boys, when they're still young, they're being taken through all those rite of passage as a way of awakening their spirit. However, these are some of the things that even sometimes they go into a cultural practice, traditional ways, but the articulation might sometimes be confusing for them on how they integrate that in their daily life. But all I can say that you can see a difference from someone that went through a rite of passage. Let me just talk more on women. You can see the difference of a young girl who has been taken through the rite of passage when they grew up, and you can see the ones that did not. And for me, these are also the important thing. We can be hard on people just because they don't have certain processes that they went through. But when you create space for them, they can always tap into that practices, and they can still do, and they can still catch up with them. Recently, just on Sunday, I was talking to another lady. She's on her 30s. She grew up not having gone through a rite of passage of coming out of age to become a young woman, as a young girl to be a young woman, and then become into a status of getting married. And she was sharing with me that what happened is that this practice within her own family, her great-great-great-grandfather stopped the practice when he started to become a priest. And then he passed away. And because of all these processes, with all these processes, there are other things that will come. And when they went for their own divination and their own consultation, it came out that she has to go through the process right now as a way of creating a particular healing within the lineage of her people. So for me, someone like her, these are the people that in the work that I do, I like to bring them in so that they can share from their lived experience with those who don't understand what these processes mean, so that they can also be able to share with others, those that are interested on how to go about the whole processes. So there are so many different ways that the practice can always be done, but they must be relevant and make sense to people where people find themselves, or else they don't mean anything if we can just try to force them and say it's our cultural practice, but they are not resonating with the spirit of people.
You got me nodding my head vigorously to everything that you're saying, and it makes me want to ask the audience in here, are we aware of any African-centered rites of passage in Barbados or the Caribbean? Do we know of any? No? Okay. So I'm hearing from the audience that we here in the room are not very aware of any African-centered rites of passage for young people. So I'm repeating that because a word to the wise. And we have a lot of leaders in this room. Thank you very much. A rite of passage would be a program, if I can use that word, that you go through, a set of practices that you go through at a given age and a given stage for particular results within your cultural group. I'm very familiar with Christianity. We call it confirmation in the Anglican tradition. I'm sure the Muslim community would have it. I'm not sure about the Ethiopian Orthodox. Do you have a similar rite of passage, like confirmation? Here's one over here, very brief, because we have a lot of discussing to do on this particular topic focused on the continent.
TNAS Siling, are you hearing me, everybody? Yes. TNAS Siling is our greeting. And concerning rites of passage, you spoke of confirmation in the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, which is not in any way from Rome, please. It is original Ethiopian Christianity. Yes, we have confirmation as we have baptism, immediately followed by confirmation, always. And that is the confirmed one as a Christian, an Orthodox Tewahedo Christian.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So we know that they exist in Christianity, but not in any of the indigenous African religions, certainly in the Caribbean. Yes, I was the... Can you use the microphone, please? If initiation is a rite of passage, it could be. What age is the initiation? Is it limited to a group or open? A certain age, yes. For a rites of passage for a child, it would be different to a rites of passage for a man, or so, and it could be cultural or it could be religious/spiritual. Some do, yes. If you don't use the microphone, the international audience won't hear you.
When a girl has a baby, there's certain things that we have to do best before and after.
Put the mic to your mouth.
Is that a rite of passage?
I missed your question because I was trying to tell you.
When a girl,
Mm-hmm.
13, 14, 17, has a baby, right? Before and during and after, and the certain things, certain paths to get. Isn't that a rite of passage?
But depending on your definition, you can consider it a rite of passage. But I think in this context, we are talking spiritual and religious. So, Joy, I hope that answers your question. Right. Do we have any other interventions from the audience about that particular question of West African-centered rites of passage in the region? Anybody from the, there's a Trinidadian leader here. Can he perhaps type something in the chat? All right, so while we're waiting for those responses, let me ask this. What role should the state play in recognizing and protecting African traditional religions? I know we can see where the state hindered or helped, but what role should the state play? I'm interested in hearing our two presenters today on this.
Okay, so I'll try to attempt. I'll go first. What role should the state play? Right now, as it stands, the state sets the frequency for the land. Is the state necessarily in communion with the land? Not necessarily so. Because the state, as it stands, still uses the Eurocentric model to govern, which is fine. I have an issue with that. The state also needs to learn to have honest conversations with its populace, because that's the ground that we will stand on when we're having the conversation. And the construct around divide and rule and control will set a precedents for disharmony. So I think the state represents the people. So again, if you have communities or a community who is not stating what it is that they would like to see, then the state will assume what it is that you think should happen. So the state recognizes lobbying. If we look at a particular ethnic group, we can see that they're learning the dynamics and the game, and they're positioning themselves. And I give them between 15 to 20 years where they will start making certain statements in relation to their own spirituality on this island, because they are starting to understand the game. Now, if the communities who are responsible or want to be responsible for the movement forward of indigenous technologies, indigenous spirituality, the indigenous worldview, again, like I said earlier, it has to be, or it should be, in my opinion, a community conversation to say, look, this is what you have, this is what we're offering, and these are some things that you can put in place to help us charter our way forward that is in an alignment with our own traditional legacy. So it's critical and it is very important that we have a conversation. There needs to be a conversation with the state so that we can provide the state with the correct type of lineage information.
Thank you so much.
Ikavile, I'm hearing you say that government can assist with relevant legislation preceded by conversation, and I want to say copious conversation. Excellent. Mama Buntu?
Yes, I agree. I agree. Those legislation, they are very important because they help with how the communities and the government can have engagement on what is that the communities want and how that can be regulated. And I think this is some of the frameworks that we see here in South Africa that are in place, where there are also even traditional healers association, so that they can be able to have their own talks, to have their own representatives that can engage on behalf of other healers on what is that is a concern about the practices. And also right now we have Department of Health. It has a unit where it works with traditional healers. So they acknowledge the work that the traditional healers are doing. And they know that majority of the people, as much as they still go to Western doctors, but they are still consulted, they still work with traditional healers. And it's also a way of also how the government come up with the ways that they can the plan is to work in even to the point that there could be even a process of reference, that a doctor, when he's just consulting with the patient, he just sees that this one, I cannot be able to assist this patient, can refer the patient to a traditional healer to do another ways that the Western practice cannot do that, which it's one of those processes that in a place like Zimbabwe, there's that reference that they can refer you to other traditional healers to also assist you. And also we have the Department of Science and Innovation, that it also really working with a policy on working with the healers, because there is more engagement that still needs to take place between the government and the communities. Although there are challenges in the process, because one of the challenge it is things are still one-sided. The traditional healers, they can still make sure that they refer the patient to the Western doctors, but the Western doctors, they still resist, that they don't feel, they haven't get to that point that they feel comfortable. At the same time, right now, what is interesting, we have people that they are Western doctors, and at the same time, they're traditional healers. So they can be able to also even do this practice both in their surgeries. They have that leeway of being of having a space that they can consult as Western doctors from the training. They can also still consult as traditional healers, which I think this is where the government creating all these spaces and this opening and a way of engaging, it create that possibilities of how all these practices can work together. Thank you.
And the more I listen to you, Mama T, the more I'm hearing the stark differences between our two regions. Ikavele, did you want to add something there? Because we have some comments and queries from the audience. So Ika Ivla, if you wanted to add something to that, go right ahead. And then after that, we'll take the comments and questions from Dr. Anthony Richards and Mr. Burton.
I had to wait. No, I had to wait on the host to release me from the unmuted state or the muted state. Anyhow, no, I don't need to say anything. I think you can take some questions or comments from the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Dr. Richards, are you still there? He was commenting on the rites of passage conversation. I believe Adrian Green had a question. He's online now. He was here earlier. No, there's no question. Burton Sankarelli was saying that the spiritual Baptist rituals of baptism and mourning can function as African-centered rites of passage. Yeah, I agree with that. That's why I responded, Joy, to say it really depends on your definition, and are you coming from a cultural, spiritual, religious perspective?
Okay.
Dr. Richards asked for you to unmute him. Is he there yet?
I'm unmuted. Thank you so much. Hello, I had to leave you this morning, and I'll be back tomorrow to chair a couple of sessions. Just introducing myself. What came to mind in addition to the spiritual Baptists was a couple of rites of passage that I don't think we should dismiss, given our background, right, of the Middle Passage and so on. The first that comes to mind is in Guyana, Suriname, and French Guyana. When a woman has her first menses, her first period, it's a great period of excitement, and her mom takes her aside and talks to her about boys and washes her and so on, and shows her how to, well, in the old days, to use the tie-on sanitary pads and so on. But today she, used the shot pads. And, the auntie and the granny and so on turn up at the house soon enough. And the girl is given an egg, a boiled egg to eat. And it was really something to have a boiled egg of your own to eat. You shell the boiled egg, and the girl must eat the boiled egg. And then all the mothers are looking and seeing how she shells the egg. As she shells the egg, they say, if she shells it rough, that her life is going to be rough. Like a little divination. And then in French, Dutch Guyana, Suriname in particular, the girl is given a gift of gold and a drink, a soda or something, a drink of red, and a gift of gold is put onto her, like a ring or a necklace, and it's put onto her finger once off, twice off, third time on. And then I went into all that detail because we can compare it with the rites of passage of the Akans in Ghana, where the woman traditionally would have been taken away from her mom with great joy, and with her age group, go to spend time with the Queen Mother. And some of this still happens, especially the Dipo ceremony of the Bono people. And there are several days of ceremonies, among which ends with a festivity in which the girl is given a boiled egg to eat, and they say you must swallow it without using your teeth, so you can mash it with your mouth, but don't swallow it. And as she does that, they said, if you bite it, you're biting up your own children. And then the blessings include, go on and have as many children as easily as this chicken laid this egg. May your womb be as like an elephant for us, and continue our matriline, And then when she is honored as a queen for a day, she's put on the white stool of the village queen or the town queen, but she is set down once, and her buttsy is on the stool once, bap, twice, bap, 3 times, down, right? And so I see some parallels there. And there are also parallels if the woman gets pregnant before she has her initiation in Ghana, terrible sanctions. And among the Maroons in Guyana and in Suriname and parts of French Guyana, there are also sanctions, which I will not go into in detail. Okay.
Well, thank you very much for
Yeah.
that intervention, Dr. Richards. It sounds to me as though the Center for Hybrid Studies needs to do a session on what are rites of passage and what they look like from a cultural context, spiritual context, political even. Adrian, you had a question and you're here. Do you still have the question? All right. And there seems to be no other questions from our online community. So let's continue with the conversation. How do practitioners navigate the relationship between African spirituality and the dominant Abrahamic faiths? If of all the questions I have to ask, there was one troublesome one, I think that one would be in it. So I think, Mamati, perhaps you should start with that. And I say that because in this room, we have about 3 or 4 religious leaders of the Abrahamic faith. So this is going to be an interesting and I hope robust discussion.
I've seen people here being able to live with both because it's quite an interesting thing because people have a way of seeing some of the Abrahamic religion connecting with some of the practices that the cultural practices. So there are people who can live with both and they do it nicely to the point that even in certain churches right now, they have opened up for people that have African spiritual gift to be part of the church and to even be able to be free as compared to before. Because what happened before, which is quite an interesting thing, because all these processes, our people always know how to survive in every situation, whereby even when the Abrahamic practice was dominating, people end up coming up with a way of going to church, belonging to a particular church. They dress up the same way that they can be able to be accepted. And then come in the evenings, they go and do the other practices. And it was seamless. It never been a problem for them because the domination of the Abrahamic understanding, it never really created a way, it never stopped them from practicing. And this is where, even right now, there are spaces that people will know this here, weekend people meet, they have their own way of practicing or connecting with their ancestors. And then tomorrow they are in church and they know each other. And for the longest time, it was like a hidden thing. Right now, it's no longer hidden. It is done even in, people knows about it. It's not even hidden. And even now, in most of the African traditional practices, people, when they get initiated, some of the processes that they go through it is through invoking the spirit that has an Abrahamic connection. It's still a debate now that what is what, but at the end of the day, we see that there is this connection that people have a way of knowing how to deal with these both practices and they are okay with them. Right now, we see in, for example, the main churches like Methodist Church here, I'll talk about the one that I know, Roman Church, they have brought the drum in the church. And this, they are doing it so that they can accommodate people who have this spiritual connection with their ancestors. Because at the end of the day, the church also needs people because the church needs to pay its infrastructure. Not having people going into the church, they will also lose So I think maybe the church is more agile sometimes than us, because they understand that not having more people now coming into the church and being able to create a space that they can feel that they belong, it's going to be also a challenge for the church to survive. Then they will lose more people. But now when they have created these people, people are still going to church. The mainstream churches have always accommodated, knowing that people have traditional practices that they are doing, whereby people, the priest, they would even know that when you say that I cannot come, we are doing this, that's a rite of passage or this initiation or this ceremony, what you are talking about. The only challenges is that we started to see happening recently is when we start to have charismatic churches. Those are the ones that came with more resistance and not more accommodating for people to go to church, but at the same time to still do other traditional practices that talks to another aspect of themselves, of connecting with their ancestors. So I don't know, I just see people for me here being more able to do both. Not necessarily, it's only few that they still struggle with finding out how to separate them. But at the same time, majority of the people I see them go to the church and still do the African traditional practices.
Well, thank you for that exposition, Mama T. I'm interested in hearing from a Caribbean perspective and a Barbadian perspective, because we've been shaped in the crucible of Christianity. And maybe over the last, 5-6 decades, we have been seeing examples of African spirituality emerging. So Ikavile, how are we dealing with that? How do practitioners navigate the relationship between African spirituality and the dominant Abrahamic faith?
Frame that again, I missed the first part.
How do practitioners of traditional and indigenous African spirituality navigate?
How do we navigate? You find some individuals who can saddle both. In terms of how I think about it, my experiences and based on what I've observed, I think is if you're walking the spiritual path, there's some people who are okay with the ceremonies, and I like to distinguish the difference between ceremony and ritual. Ceremony is organized, ritual is not. Ritual is like jazz. Ceremony is like classical music. You have to stick to what is there. One is based on dogma and one is based on the inner path. So if you carry the type of personality that likes to ride on the surface, fine. But if you are seeking transcendent information, deep spiritual understanding, you would recognize that one is more authentic than the other. That's my opinion. So the church is about the dogma, the rules, the structure, the institution, the politics. The spiritual path is about inner integrity, truth, transcendence, understanding how the mind works, working intimately with your psyche, with the mind, with the attention, knowing how to direct your attention, how to place your attention. It is the lived experience. So again, there needs to be a body of knowledge, a body of information that we can reference. I mean, it is there. Maybe we just need to organize it in a way that when persons become interested, well, this is the list that we can look at in terms of authentic information. And help to channel those energies that are interested and ready to take on the role of moving into their spirituality. Rites of passage is supposed to be doing that. A rites of passage can happen at any stage. I see the young children sometimes, 5 years old, they're doing rites of passage. The rites of passage is not only about a biological exercise where, okay, well, this is the time for marriage, or this is the time for your going into adulthood. A lot of the times it is about what the oracle is saying about this person that has just landed on the ground. There are babies that go through initiation or go through rites of passage because the community understands the role that they have to play. So in terms of the Abrahamic faith, and I will not say not just the Abrahamic faith, the other group that I mentioned, they're making effort, they're spending time, they're targeting our youth. And we have to be able to also have that conversation and understand the dynamics spiritually in terms of what is happening to us. So for those who want to straddle in both worlds, that's fine. The space is there for that. But I think personally, for the truth seeker, for the one who is interested really in deep transcendence, you're not going to find the answer. You are not going to find the answer in Abrahamic faith. The Abrahamic faith, we know, its root is political. Its root is political. And it's playing a game of pretending that it is spiritual. There is a difference between spirituality and religion. Religion does not fundamentally teach spirituality. We go into our churches, as an example. Look, how many of them are on their medications? They can't help themselves. The chronic diseases, they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. The heart issues, the circulation. So you get your prescription, you go to your church on Sundays, you praise the Lord, and you go back home. The indigenous traditional way offers a different pathway. What is it that you're supposed to be doing? What is it that you're not doing? Are you in alignment with the lifestyle that promotes healing? Are you working on your traumas? Do you know that you have trauma? Are these traumas manifested in your life? So for me, where I am, it is clear. If you want to talk about, and there are cases when you can use both, of course. I have patients that come and we use both systems. Let's look at China as an example. Their indigenous knowledge, what we call TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, they have not denounced their traditional medicine. Their traditional medicine is working side and side with the conventional medicine. And if you are of an Abrahamic faith in China and you want to bring in a component of that, you're allowed to do that. If you are more of a traditionalist and you want to bring in that component, you're allowed to do that. So for me, there have to be clear underpinnings and clear understanding of both, and then how we can merge in order to move forward as a community, as a nation, as the world. Thank you.
I heard your passion there brimming over a bit. I thought you were going to take us in a different direction, but I'm hearing you say that the responsibility is on the individual practitioner to maintain that path of spirituality. And Mama T, I'm hearing you say that practitioners practice duality because it is necessary. So that's what we will take from that particular question. And this next question I want to ask, sure, of course. We're still having people commenting in the chat about rites of passage and rituals.
Good afternoon, everyone. We start speaking about Christianity. I've been doing a pilgrimage of the Black Madonnas all over the world. There's a Black Madonna, Our Lady of Sapari in Trinidad and Tobago. How many of us in the Caribbean even know that she exists? So when we're talking about Christianity, what Christianity are we talking about? What Abrahamic faith are we talking about? Are we actually being told the truth? We in the Caribbean know about the white male God and the white Mary. I went to Poland, into the church Our Lady of Czestochowa. We see everyone in the church is white apart from myself. I see the priest wearing his robes with the Black Madonna Our Lady of Czestochowa bejeweled on his back. Everyone is looking up to her image in the church. And I'm in the church and no one even looks at me twice. With respect to that, what Abrahamic faiths are we connected to? We understand about the Muslim faith, we know about Roman Catholicism, we know about all of that. I'm sure the Pope has a Black Madonna in the Vatican. How many of us have seen it? Part of our issue is we're not seeing something that looks like us when there is something that looks like us that people who are practicing these faiths are looking to. That's my first comment on that. And then with respect to African faith, African healing technologies, all of that, the way how I connect to it is from the perspective of spirituality and my feeling. It's about me feeling with my head brain, my heart brain, my womb brain. All three of these are connected and speaking to each other. So I don't care who you are, what you're talking about, but even those of us who are supposed to be practicing African spirituality, how do we know who are charlatans and who are not? It exists throughout all, whether it be Abrahamic faiths or whether it be our own African spiritual healing technologies. So part of the issue is we've disconnected from our feeling body because we're holding so much trauma. Lots of us go through our life in disassociated states. And sometimes the person that I'm looking at a body, but their spirit might not even be in the body. So we have to understand who we are, reconnect to who we are, feel comfortable with who we are. And then once we're connected to that, we understand what our truth is, irrespective of who it is speaking to us. Because everyone is looking for a savior. In the Bible, they said, the part of the Bible that I like to connect to is, we're all created in his image and likeness. That's the bit that we don't connect to. We're all gods and goddesses. Thank you.
Thank you, sister, for sharing your experience. And there are other people on the chat who I'm seeing two hands up, Burton and Michelle. We can take Burton's question first.
Hi. Yes. I didn't get the name of the sister who spoke about the Black Madonna. We have in the town of Siparia in the south of Trinidad. It's the representation of the divine feminine, who encapsulated in the Spanish name is La Divina Pastora. It's an but its roots are in First Nation, specifically Warao spirituality of the First Peoples, and there are still people in Trinidad who claim that Warao heritage. So it begins with the First Peoples. It intersects with the Catholic traditions of the Black Madonna and the own cultural connections there. La Divina, and of course the so-called Spanish people have their own network of spirituality that has all kind of African and First Peoples magic in it, and for me it's a positive thing. So when you say Spanish in Trinidad, it can mean a lot of these things. La Divina Pastora is also a sacred site for Hindus, Supari Mai, and especially on Good Friday. Many people, not only Hindus, but many poor people go there before the statue to ask for her favors. So she's a goddess in Hinduism, and she also turns up in the Orisha tradition. La Divine in Orisha. So she is a divine figure that intersects. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that I love, she was the first Black Madonna that I visited, and as you said, in that church, there's more than one faith that's practiced in that church, which is very beautiful. It's very inclusive. My name is Billy Samantha Nelson Kerwin.
Thank you, Billy. Marshall, your question? While the technicians are unmuting Ms. Marshall, Joy, you have a question?
Hi, my name is Joy, and in terms of the question of navigation, over about the last 10 years, I went to 3 of my parents' funerals, and it was a whole day thing. In the morning, we went to the Pentecostal church, and it was the dancing and the drumming and the singing and the da-da-da-da-da, and the personal messages from the congregation that really knew the parents. And then in the evening, we went to the Anglican church for the formal service where the parents, where they would be able to be buried in the burial ground. And Dr. Springer spoke to the whole question of politics and political and power of the Abrahamic churches. And those 3 experiences left me thinking, they would have been in their 80s at the time. So that means they grew up in the 30s, 40s Barbados. So although it wasn't an African traditional religion, within their church they practice a lot of African traditions. And Derek here always says that a good Christian always in the back of their head have some obia, how they would pray for you, how they would do this for you. But the power of the Abrahamic religions in Barbados, if you wanted to go to school, you had to go to be an Anglican. If you wanted connections, you had to be an Anglican. So the navigation was going on at that personal level. I can go to my little Christian church where I can be myself. I can practice my African tradition. I remember,
hold the mic closer.
Sorry, I remember about 20 years ago or even longer, my aunt is a stalwart in the church, and somebody in the neighborhood did my sister something. And Auntie Pat, we just see Auntie Pat mixing up this thing, and she was humming and singing and what have you. And we all surprised. Auntie Pat walked down to the neighbor's house and walked around the house and sprinkled all of these things around the neighbor's house, right? So, but she was a stalwart in the Anglican church. So at a personal level, there was navigation, I think, if that you can call it that, because we knew within the power and the politics of the state what we had to do to survive. So that's just a comment more than a question.
Thank you for that, Joy. Derek, do you want to say something?
Yes, just a couple things, and then I have questions for both the other panelists. We shouldn't underestimate the titanic forces that African traditional spirituality has come up against. And one of those, of course, would be the Abrahamic faith and all the politics associated with that, and all the incentives we were given and the disincentives that we were given to make sure that we avoided African traditional spirituality. And that's on one side. On the other side, it's modernity and Western science, because much of what we consider to be African spiritual technology, Western science will consider to be foolishness, all wise tales, rituals that, you know, are nice to make the natives feel happy that they're doing something, but not to be taken seriously as anything having a real effect. And if you want to see where these forces converge, you need to go to the law courts. And so I wrote a paper about a South African spiritualist, South African healer, who had to go to court because the patient died. And I also wrote about a similar case in Jamaica. And the reason that they ended up in court facing trials about murder is because they were not Western doctors. Because if they were Western doctors, it would have been considered that the doctor did everything that they could and the patient died. But in the law courts, a traditional healer would be considered a fraud and a charlatan, and therefore would be before the law courts for murder. So my question, I have a question for Mama T, which is, what is the situation? You said that increasingly traditional healers are working with the Western doctors. What is the situation if someone dies? That's where the forces are tested. That's where the culture is tested to see if it is valid or not. So that's a question to Mama T. And the question I have for Ika is, you know, you never know who's watching you. I've learned that. So I've watched his development over years from a distance. And if I recall correctly, I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're an excellent keyboard player and musician. I don't know if you forgot how to do that over the years. And I think I also recall that your first inclination was towards Chinese medicine. So the question I have for you, which bears on how we treat young people, how we treat the young people, is at what specific point did you turn to African spirituality, and how did you recognize or come about the knowledge of it to be inspired to follow the journey, to take the journey that you took? I was very glad when you did, because I said to myself, here is one of our best who is going to be recovering our tradition. But I'd be very interested to know how that journey started, and you know, why you decided to take that step. So maybe Mama T can go first on the issue of court cases, and the standing of African traditional spirituality under the law and in the law courts. Is Mama T unmuted?
Yes, I was still waiting to get permission to be unmuted. Yeah, thank you so much for that question of the law and what the law is saying about the practice of traditional healers. That's one of the challenges that are still out there, because for the example that you gave, that there's still a stigma that is still taking place at the same time, as much as we have all other frameworks and policies. But because the stigma is in people, because it's deep-seated on how people have been programmed to understand or African knowledge, African traditional practices. So the stigma is still there. The stigma is still there, that even the law, the way it can engage with the issues, they still use the Western lens in coming up with solution. And those are the continuous challenges that they have been taken to customary laws, to different laws to ensure that the practices and the way things are being investigated and they're being judged, the fairness, and they're looking in all aspects on how did a situation end up in a particular way. Let's say, like you said, someone has died. Unfortunately, that Western standard as a yardstick of truth is still dominant, because the question that that are asked, it always in a negative way, that if a patient died when he was consulting, it is already has a stigma around that it's because of maybe the negligence of a traditional healer. But it's not the same energy that you see when it happened with the Western doctor, if it happened that the patient dies, because they just feel like the mistakes can happen and they can be mitigated in. And then this is where you still see why there is a lot of push to try to say, how do we regulate the African traditional practice? Because they feel like if there are no guidelines that can be understood, then it's not easy to hold people accountable if in truth there's a negligence that has taken place. So those are some of the back and forth that are still taking place, and the court themselves, they are also being challenged about how they approach these issues, because the court also, they can take one side and the Western side of approaching the situation, and neglect also to look at other aspects that needs to be looked at in the traditional practices on how things are happening. And I think the story that you are talking about, it went on for a while. I don't know even right now where it is, because those are some of the things that the court needed to make sure that they do justice with that issue. But the stigma is still there, the challenge is still there. And this stigma and the challenge is still even coming more from African people themselves. So it's not necessary even just to say that it's Western, it's white people that are having that the stigma. It's also Black people here that it's still, they're the ones that they will, some they will be at the forefront of being negative to the practice, especially if anything can go wrong, which I think is not fair, because it does not even give the healers a space to make sure that even when they work, as like in any other situation, mistake can happen and they can be mitigated in a way that to see how to ensure that proper processes are taking place. So it's still the challenge of the courts to make sure that they come through and they do a proper work of investigations and make sure that in a just way things are being done.
All right. Thank you. And Ikaivla?
Yes, I want to add to that point. The same can happen here too in terms of setting standards. But on the ground, the various communities need to have the conversation, and then we need to be part of the legislation that is put in place, to help, I don't want to say protect, but to help understand the dynamics and things that can't possibly go wrong. And right, within a clinical setting or within a community healing centered setting. Dr. Murray, you asked me about my journey. We are all on a journey. Some of us pay attention and listen, some of us ignore. I paid attention. I don't think my connection to African spirituality started from when I decided to make initiation. I think it started long before that. But because of being on a small island in the Caribbean and only have access to certain types of information, you're influenced by the other dominant ethnic groups. So at one time I was influenced by Islam. And another time I was influenced strongly by the esoteric Chinese traditions. And until I naturally found my way. So it was always there. It's just a matter of the right doors opening at the right points in time in order for me to make that entry and to make that big step. So if you want more detail, you can indicate, but I think that that's basically, you know, good enough in terms of the journey, the story. All of us of African descent, it is there resonating and vibrating within your bones. So again, we can choose to listen or not listen.
Give thanks.
But thank you for that, Ikaviv. I've been observing you from afar too, and I'm very proud to know you and see how you have evolved and matured to this state. We have a lot of questions in the chat. I know Ms. Marshall was waiting for her turn to speak, so perhaps if she can be unmuted now, we can have the question from her. And then I think we had another intervention from Dr. Richards, who wanted to share some more information. So Ms. Marshall, Mr. Richards after that. And then I see one of our online guests has posed some questions that I've been living to ask Mama T. So we'll have Ms. Marshall, then we'll have Mr. Richards, and then I'll pose another question.
Thank you very much. Greetings of peace and love. Thank you very much for your contribution. It stirred me, the sister that presented the contrast of the Black Madonna and how it resonated for her, you know, seeing this, and it was a lived reality. And I am very happy that she felt that sense of, you know, connectivity. And in fact, that might be the method that was chosen by the artist to do that. I mean, as a traditionalist, I would like to say that we do not need like a Black Madonna to affirm African sacredness. You know, we already have our African deities and our own cosmologies. And the point that I think that, at least my objective as being part of this conversation, is really bringing to the forefront the validity and the necessity of really looking to the African ancestry, because beyond having the image of Mary being portrayed as a Black person is the history and the theology and what goes beyond Catholicism. Even from reading history books that are being taught to secondary school children, up to last night, because I'm reading my daughter's books before she reads them, so I have an idea what this society is trying to teach her so that I can protect her from those particular types of information. And I read just last night, that the church was suggesting that they did not have any racism within the church. It is only when you became a Christian and baptized that they saw you as being human. And that is what they're teaching the children. So you can imagine that you're a 13-year-old, you're now building a self-construct, an idea of who you are. And they're saying to you that the only way that the Western world will recognize you as human is if that you're baptized in a Christian. So then you want to have your Christian name, and then you're not thinking that the name that you have of your ancestors has already been demonized because the church already has a position of you. So whether or not you want to be friends with the church, or the church wants to have an Emancipation Day ceremony because they want to be in solidarity, there's always been this kind of intrinsic link between the church and the state. But when it comes to spiritual traditions and the importance of acknowledging them and not having this perception that they're less than, there's equity in our traditions. And I think the point more so for me is that when you look at these images, are you not seeing that this is another strategy to get your energy and your ashe away from your ancestors, because your ancestors are waiting for you to come so that we could stand on their shoulders and build what we need to build in terms of Ubuntu. I am the person because you are, regardless of the costume you're wearing as clothes. But what you're seeing, what I'm saying is that we want to have a collective society. We want to see decrease in violence. We want to see better marriages. We want to see better parenting. We want to see all of these social Western structures that are not currently supporting us being positioned to support us because we have introduced and assimilated our African traditional systems. Thank you.
And I'm listening and I'm struck by the visual image of the halos around both of your heads based on where you are sitting and what your backdrop looks like. And we were talking about Madonnas earlier. We have our own visual Madonnas in front of us. Let me take time to, oh wait, Dr. Richards also had a question. Can we unmute Dr. Richards?
Okay, thank you. Ooh, you vanished. I suppose looking back at looking to practicality of teaching our youth. I have two questions to ask. One is, what is our ideal for the future in terms of legislation? In health, for example, I want to be protected, right? There are charlatans in the hospital and there are charlatans out. What's the ideal sort of situation? Mama T has been telling us about South Africa, and in the herbal community around the Caribbean basin, we've made progress in some different directions. Like some islands do have traditional healers. Well, some of the Latin American countries do have a panel of traditional healers that can work with the doctors in the hospital. Some hospitals just have a herbal garden. What do you see the legislation is looking like? In Africa, many countries have it where you can marry Muslim, or you can marry traditional, or you can marry with the state and go with the church, and all are valid ways of marriage, but you can't switch. Would you like to see that exist here? And would you like to see something similar in health? What about in the court? In Trinidad, the Orisha people lobbied for you to be able to swear in court, not on the Bible or the Quran or Bhagavad Gita, but on the created an iron of Ogun, right? Which you can swear on in court now. Are we looking to go in those directions? What's your ideal?
Thank you for that intervention, Dr. Richards. I'd really love to hear more about that Ogun swearing piece. But let me take this time now to welcome our online guests who would have joined us within the last hour. We are looking at African spirituality in Africa, taking stock of the current state of African spirituality on the continent. And Ms. Holder has asked some very interesting questions that Mama T, I would like you to address. I'm not sure if you can see them on the chat, but she's asked three questions. The most pertinent, I think, is, are Africans questioning the relevance and value of African spiritual traditions? That's one. Are Africans questioning the relevance or value of African spiritual traditions? And she also asked, do you think, or do Africans think, that they have lost their way around spiritual traditions? And she's also asking, are African spiritual traditions evolving or reshaping? I know we would have touched on some of these questions in earlier presentations, but having been asked at this point in time, it's now after 4, we have just under an hour left. I think it is worth discussing, even in brief. What do you think, Dr. Murray?
Well, I think that the question of whether Africans are embracing their own spirituality, I think that was touched on earlier, and it's clear, as Mama T said, that the young people are either not aware or they're looking down on the elders for the same reason, because of Western science, because of the norms that have been installed due to colonization and Christianity and Western ways of knowing and so on. So we have a challenge on our hands in terms, both on the continent, I would think, and in the diaspora, in terms of embracing African traditional spirituality, I want to say technologies. And a big part of that, and the work that we need to do, is to validate these traditions in the eyes of our young people. I'm not saying validate them because we need to validate them against Western science. I'm saying they are valid in and of themselves, but we have to demonstrate that, which ties into the question that was just asked by Dr. Richards, which has to do with, what shape would it take for us to get the state and the courts and the laws to accept these traditions as valid when it comes to things like healing, counseling, and so on. And the solution to that, I can't sit here and give a solution to that. I have to go with what Ika said earlier, which is that we need to come together. We need to collectively put our heads together and work together to explain our philosophy, our ways of knowing, and demonstrate our philosophy, our ways of knowing. And just like anything else, the question of charlatans and frauds came up, and that's especially important when it comes to health and healing. In Western science and Western medicine, there are charlatans and frauds as well. And they did it by professionalizing the Western medicine, and they essentially make decisions by collectively deciding who has the authority to practice and who doesn't. And there's no reason why we can't come together. Internally, African traditions have that as well, because you have to be initiated, you have to go through your process and so on. But the problem is that because in a place like the Caribbean, in a place like Barbados, anyone on any given day can wake up and say, well, I'm an Orisha priest, I'm a diviner, I can give libations, I can do this and the third. And there are not enough people yet for the young people to turn to. It's growing, there's some. For the young people to go to and say, well, I've heard so-and-so said that they are authorized to do this. Are in my own personal experience, I've come across clients who have been messed up by people who are practicing without authority, without the knowledge, and so on. And so it is a problem. And we can fix that by working together, the houses working together, and collectively dealing with these issues.
I like that response for a Barbados and Caribbean perspective. It really leads into the next question that I want to ask before we close out. But I really want to hear Mama T on these questions. So if we could unmute Mama T, and we're asking, are African spiritual traditions evolving or reshaping? Do you think Africans have lost their way around their spiritual traditions? And are Africans questioning the relevance and value of African spiritual practices?
Yes. I just there's something that just came when the Baba that spoke before me was talking, and I just needed to say this before I go into my questions, that as much as we have the practices here, I don't think our problems or our challenges are different in the continent, in the diaspora. The same challenges, we are still having them. They might be different, but they are still there in similar ways. Going to that question of Africans questioning the relevance or value of African spirituality and practices, yes, they are questioning that. There are still those who still feel like, no, they don't see the relevance of the practice, and they don't even see the value of it. And according to some people, they feel like we are some of people that, for some of us that are advocating for advocating for African spirituality, for it to be practiced, they are just feeling like we're taking people backward when people needs to be going forward. So there are those that are still asking the relevance of it. And the second question, do Africans think African spirituality have lost their way? Yes, they do. There's still those that feel like African spirituality has lost their way, just because they don't understand. Just because they don't understand what this practice is all about. You know, the understanding of taking people through the discussions, the dialogues. People must have a context. They must understand the context. People must understand what colonization has done to our mind and to our understanding. So it's not like even when people feel like they don't see the relevance, they don't even see themselves, some of them, that are the conditioning that they've been given. So they don't know much about what African knowledge, what African ways of knowing, what is it all about and what it can bring to a person. So these are some of the things that, how do we create a spaces of making sure these are discussed? You give people an opportunity to ask questions without quickly just wants to make them feel like there's something wrong about what they are asking. Because those are some of the also challenge that comes then. There's this quick dismissing people when they want to understand more. But also, you know, sometimes it can be challenging to try to find yourself in the space that is like, now you want to convince people, because like a brother, yes, I will get your name, I'm bad with names, was saying, this is an individual path of self. This is something that you cannot just drum on people. It's like you cannot convince people. It has to come from them and find their path and to walk through it. So this question, is African spirituality evolving or reshaping? It is. It is, and it's in small pockets. Right now, for me, just to have people here that we discuss this is where you see the involvement of people wanting to know more. Like I was talking about the young people right now, we see a lot of them coming, and it's a reshaping because there are some things that you just see them taking place in a different way, but there's still a lot of work that still needs to be done. And how do Africans feel about African spiritual tradition? There are some who, like I said, that there are some who are a little bit skeptical, and there are some that feel like this is the way to go. But like any other path, like any other processes, it has to be something that it comes from people, their readiness to go into the path. And this is where it is important that we also have structures in place and spaces in place to take people through these processes in a way that they can trust, they can understand, they can make their own decision on what this path is all about and how it can contribute in changing their life, because that's what people are more concerned about. How is this going into African spirituality can change their life to become better people?
Excellent. Thank you. I think you have answered that question, those questions wonderfully. I'm seeing two hands here in the room. Is it two hands or one? Just the one?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lavon Briggs, and I am a Bayesian Guyanese New Yorker with Barbadian citizenship. I was born and raised in New York City, and now I'm here on the island full time. In a former life, I was a Yale-trained body and sex positive womanist pastor, and I received my right hand of Ifa last September. And I'm very passionate about the Afro-Bayesian diaspora coming back to the island and pouring in all of the wisdom and expertise that they have. With all of that, I identify as African. Ancestrally, I'm from Sierra Leone on my mom's side, Angola on my dad's side. And so while I'm hearing conversation about what's happening on the continent, what's happening in the Caribbean, how do we teach our youth, how do we get Stoic people involved, ultimately, I believe it's about having an African ethic and not simply an African aesthetic. There are a lot of Black Americans, particularly women, who are leaving the colonized Christian tradition. They are reclaiming their birthright in African traditional spaces, and that is going to seep into Barbados. Barbados tends to be heavily consumerist when it comes to the UK and the US and Canada. And so we can get the Bayesian diaspora with all of our education, because you know our parents told us to go to school, with all of our liberation, because we are a little more progressive. There is a way to embody the spiritual tradition in a way that isn't so segmented. And so I think there is a huge gap that we can fill just by being present, using the language in everyday spaces, not being ashamed of where you come from, because the fact of the matter is we're gonna be seeing more and more African people, people of African descent, naming and claiming their spiritual practices. You think about artists like Cardi B, 21 Savage, Beyonce, Jay-Z. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing football players, American football players, basketball players, dancers, right? Other artists with alekes, with their e-days, saying ashe, talking about the orisha. And so it's here, it's in the culture. It's just how are we going to capitalize on those moments when the conversation is most pertinent? That could mean social media, that could mean blogs and newsletters. Like, how do we use our current technology to amplify our spiritual technology? And that's something that I think the Afro-Bayesian diaspora can do really well. Thank you.
Ms. Briggs, thank you so much. That was very enlightening, and it really sparked what you're saying about traditional spiritual knowledge captured in the popular culture of today. I know to be true. I see one very young person and one youngish person, and I have a son who's 25, and he plays music from Barbadian local new star Doje and older star Chieftain, and both their music contains information about the Orisha tradition. So once you hear popular artists start, especially the ones in Barbados, start singing about it, the young people will catch on. It is now for us, the elders, to give them that guidance and direction. I'm not seeing any more questions from the audience, but perhaps team, you can let me know, technician team, you can let me know. And while they are doing that, Mama T and Ika, let's talk about what exchanges or solidarities currently exist between continental practitioners and the diaspora. We're seeing in this Global Freedom Festival, which started April 14th and will end August 1st, this very event that we're in is one example of that. What others exist in your knowledge and experience? This question is also going not just to the two presenters, but also our online audience and our in-person audience. So when the presenters are finished, if you know of other examples where there are solidarities and or exchanges or synergies between what is happening between practitioners on the continent and in the diaspora, especially the global South diaspora, let us know. Mama T, Ika?
Well, currently, I'm not aware of any exchanges, practical exchanges that are going on between the continent from a spiritual perspective, and the diaspora. I'm not aware of it. I was just having a conversation in early July. I was in Volta region, and I was having a conversation with one of the shrines that I'm working with, Togbe Noche, the third. And his shrine, he says, go back like 500 years. So I was having a conversation with him in relation to making some political contacts to have an entourage come to Barbados, and probably looking at some initiations, because I'm a priest in the Koku tradition, and the Koku tradition is a warrior deity. And this warrior deity is attracting a lot of young Ghanaians. And if you see the vibrancy and the energy, I would love to see that exercise here on island. And that deity allows for exercises within, it's a dance, but if you check it, really, it's really an exercise, the preparation of a warrior. And that warrior is able to demonstrate the ability not to allow certain sharp objects to penetrate the human body. Other than that, there may be persons in the audience or other presenters who may be aware of those dynamics, but at this point in time, I'm not aware. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mama T. Well, you know about the Global Freedom Festival, and perhaps we can mark you as present for next year from all now. Derek, might be a previous. Mama T?
Yeah. I also don't know about maybe big organizations that are having partnerships or some of the collaboration that they have with the diaspora engagement, but I know of individual interactions where individual people will come to South Africa or in the continent for their own initiations and stuff, because I also have some few other young people that I've met that they come to South Africa for the initiation processes. So I think those are the collaborations that are taking place, but there's still a lot of big collaborations that have to take place between organizations, between institutions, different institutions, to make sure that the sharing, the understanding is taking place, even the exchange. You know, it is important that especially young people, they travel and see the world not only through social medias. They go there, they experience, because it is only in those collaborations that they can really be able to have a proper connection and those partnership with the practice in the continent that is still take place. But yeah, I think there's still a lot of work that still needs to be done, and to also change the skepticism that is still there around African spirituality.
Thank you, Mama T. Anybody in the audience? No? We have a question from Ms. Marshall.
Just good evening again. I just wanted to say that there's currently a program. Right. Greetings again. I'm currently involved in a program that is being facilitated by Professor Omowale. I'm not exactly sure the university he's at. I think it's Howard or some university like that, but it is a Pan-Africanist Caribbean leadership workshop. And this is a partnership between the Caribbean and Africa. We have 15 students. There are 4 students from Barbados. There are 8 from Ghana, I think 2 from Zimbabwe and 1 from Uganda. And the facilitators are from across the diaspora, with particularly their two professors from Yale and so on, myself and two other women that are from the Caribbean. And what we're hoping to do is to facilitate a workshop on Ubuntu and to kind of see that philosophy by promoting grounding and community agreements, really going through the whole philosophy of Ubuntu with the children between 15 to 19. And they're going to be working on a project that's based on the Sustainable Development Goals. And they're going to be coming up with ideas on their own to solve these particular problems in the particular geographical locations that they are located. And then we'll take this particular program to the respective spaces for implementation.
That sounds good, and it sounds like it could be replicated. Derek, you have put together this program. We are almost at the end of it, so I'm asking you this question. What else can be done? So this conversation, this 3-day festival is one thing. You've brought together thinkers, scholars, practitioners from across the world. What else can be done? So there's a two-part question. What else can be done? So that's a global question. And what else can the Center for Hybrid Studies do?
I think what else can be done was proposed earlier, again by Ika, which is that locally in Barbados specifically, we need to bring together between now and next year this time. We need to bring together the houses, the various African traditional spiritual houses, and start to have those conversations, those exchanges. And just today, we saw the reservoir of experience and knowledge that's here. And I like to use Barbados as an example because Barbados is really, they call Barbados the rock, right? Correct? It's the rock. And I think it's appropriate because, Barbados is, it is hard to get anything done in Barbados. It's a rock. And if we can get anything done here, we can get it done anywhere. So that is a proposal that we'll certainly follow up on. And the idea, though, is that between now and the festival starting April next year, we continue these conversations in small workshops, small gatherings, and so on. I don't want to underestimate conversations as a goal in and of themselves, because sometimes people want to rush past the conversations to implementing projects and programs and this and the third and the fourth. I think that conversations are important in and of themselves. So this is important. But also, I see us as following up on these conversations by having further exchanges locally and so on. Globally, I'm very aware of, in the Orisha tradition, for example, of sometimes the divide between what's happening on the continent and what's happening in the diaspora. And that's why tomorrow morning we have a debate on the innovations in the diaspora that some people will say, well, those are illegitimate. We need to have a discussion about whether these innovations should be or should not be. And then you have the other end where Africans on the continent, insist that theirs is the only way because it has a story of origins and authenticity and so on. And so that's a discussion that we need to have. But yes, follow up in terms of discussions, workshops, and I would love, it's my dream to see everything that we've done in this hybrid situation online done in person. You see, online is very good because we are poor people, most of us. We are not rich. This is not a rich agency. This is not a government agency. It's not funded by anybody apart from us ourselves. And therefore, online communication and digital communication and facilitating our gathering in this way is good. But I prefer people in person because then the ashe, you know, you need people in person for the ashe to flow. And then next time we'll have drums and we'll have libations and we'll have workshops. And it wouldn't just be dry talk, it will be dancing, drumming, singing, and so on. So my vision is really that all the people that were online this year would be present on the ground next year. And we can begin to build, continue to build that energy that we need to build. I'll finish with this. I want to thank all the speakers today and the chair and the people who participated because, you know, if anyone's interested in African spirituality, just watching today's proceedings, by the way, you know, it'll be online permanently, should give them a good start to the path. And so I want to thank everyone who participated today. But in the case of Barbados, and again I'm using Barbados as an exemplar because, you know, of all of the countries, all of the states, all of the nations who were enslaved and colonized, it is arguable that Barbados, we had it the roughest and we were hit the hardest. The most was stolen from us. At the same time, I will argue that we never lost our spirituality, even when we became Christian, Muslim, and so on. We never lost our spirituality, so we practice those things in an African way. And I could give a 10-hour lecture on how we practice those things in an African way. So I want to say that the seeds of what we need to do are already there, the vibrations, the frequencies, and so on that we need. We just need to take up the things that belong to us. We need to take up those things that belong to us and use them for solving our problems, giving them value and validation to move into the future.
Thank you. I should say Asante Sana.
And thank you, Chair.
The vote of thanks has been given. All that is left for me to do, both the audience in person and online, is to invite you back tomorrow. If you can come in person, do come. And wherever you are in the world, please tune in, share a friend, tell a friend, bring a friend. And we'll see you back here tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
Tomorrow, 9:30, we'll start. And the very first thing we're doing is the controversial issues. You know, we give, in this region, we give, in the hemisphere, we give the warriors together, Ilegbo, Ogun, Ochosi. That's not done on the continent. Why are we doing that? Why should we be doing that? And so on. I don't know of any other, well, there are other innovations, but I don't know of the other traditions. But we need to discuss, you know, what we invented over here, and if those inventions are legitimate, if we can call those inventions legitimate. And for outsiders, you may not know, but these are big arguments within the tradition on this side of the planet.
All right, so have a good evening, have a good night. Travel safely if you are traveling.
Thank you.
And see you tomorrow.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Hi. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good day. Good evening. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good afternoon. And good evening. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good. What? Yeah. All right. Good afternoon and good evening. Grand rising. Alafia. Good evening.
Yeah, one, two, one, two.
Good
Testing, one, two.
afternoon.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Good
1, 2, 3.
evening.
Testing, 1, 2. Ja, je zo'n thing en je feedback nog niet. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah.
Good
1, 2.
afternoon.
1, 2, 3.
Good
1, 2.
evening.
Testing, 1, 2.
Good day.
Testing, 1, 2,
Alafia.
3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Greeting.
ABC, 1, 2, 3.
Grand rising.
Yeah, testing, 1,
Good
2, 3.
afternoon.
Habari
Good
jioni. Huh?
evening.
If it,
Greeting.
yeah,
Alafia.
it should be. Wait, no, hold on.
Good afternoon. Good evening. Alafia. Grand rising. Good afternoon. Good evening. Greetings, Grand Rising, Alafia.
Yeah, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Good
1, 2, 3.
afternoon,
You see it bouncing?
Grand
That mean it.
Rising.
That for in here. That is Zoom. This
Mm-hmm.
hers coming through because I seeing hers in the little chat
Good
window. You see your name
evening,
in the little chat window? You see boy she microphone bouncing in chat window.
good
Yeah.
afternoon,
You see her moving when she talking? Yeah. So all two
Grand
gonna need to
Rising.
all two gonna need Zoom. You turn off here.